Savant is coming back to France Friday, March 14th. Je vais jouer avec mon pote Mac et on va déchirer. À bientôt! Savant is coming back to France Friday, March 14th. Je vais jouer avec mon pote Mac et on va déchirer. À bientôt! Savant is coming back to France Friday, March 14th. Je vais jouer avec mon pote Mac et on va déchirer. À bientôt!
Hello? Okay. Oh, starting.
Ta-da! There we go. Vault 69. Woo! Pa, 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 pa. Okay, everybody, welcome to EDM High School, episode 1, part 3, I guess, because we didn't finish last time. We had to split that up into 2. Now we're at number 3. Okay, so the intro and all that stuff, I made that since last week. I was inspired to make something cool, and I also really love Fallout 1 and Bioshock, those kind of things, like the HUD, the UI designs for those things. So I kind of want to do something. Yeah, it is one of my favorite things. Musical experiments on these poor chat the believers. They're in the chat. They will undergo some horrible experiments of they can't hear you. They say, "Oh, there you go." Now they can hear you. Okay, I muted Josh by
all my great vault jokes.
Oh, he said, repeat. Let's repeat the joke. Vault 69.
Okay. Yeah, this is Vault 69. We're experimenting musically on people. I
Yeah,
guess.
okay. There we go. Perfect.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah,
Hey,
okay.
chat.
So I also have another window for us where we can have the chat on screen that I made. Let's go to that. I'll have to post the link for the chat in there, but we're gonna. Okay, let's find the link. Super chat. There we go. And we are good, I think. There we go. The super chat is in. So now we can actually see the chat going in there. And then I made a little overlay here with some scrolling graphics. Oh, this is a little bit too much. I made like an acid bath thing going on in the background. Thought that was like a little fallouty. I turned it pink for some reason. Maybe I should turn it back green.
It matches my hoodie, and apparently everybody thinks this is the same hoodie. No, I just have a lot of purple hoodies. Like a lot of them. Too many.
Let's see. It's called Toxic Windows.
I like that. I like the toxic. Let's be toxic.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't know why I made this. It was like I just made whatever came into my head at the time. It has to be quick and dirty when it's like 3D.
Chat seems to be split on if they like it green or pink.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I kind of like the pink one to be honest. But
Yeah.
here's a middle thing. Okay, let's just make it pink again. It was pretty smooth.
Pink.
Yeah, it was smooth. I did the right call the first time there, and then I'll make us pink again. All right.
Once you've released it to the public, you can't question yourself, dude. You can't go back and change the tracks. Okay?
There we go. Yeah, I feel you. Okay, yeah, it's a good complementary color with the green anyway. So, okay, here we go. We're good to go. Got the chat on the screen. Yeah, in the beginning there, I was just announcing my show in France that I'm doing in March. So if
March 14th.
March 14th. If anybody is from France or the Bordeaux area, then come see that. Who knows when the next time will be? So take advantage of the opportunity. Come see me. Actually, the chat is too small for me to read on this screen. That's a little sad. But Josh, you'll help me fill in if there's something I'm missing.
No, it's all good. Everybody's just like, chatting away.
Okay, maybe I should open up the chat.
Doing chat things.
I should probably have the chat open here. Okay, here we go.
But dude, actually, I'm excited to see you back in France because of all of the fan bases of all the places we've been in the world, France just absolutely loves Savant. It's incredible to see the outpour of energy and all the support, that comes from there. So some of the best shows, and I got punched in the jaw at one of those shows.
Yeah, too. I know. We have a picture of that. Your music carries me. Thank you for your passion and your vision. So I thought it said your music scares me, and I was like on board with that. Bald cape. Thank you. $5 is a pack of milk in Norway. So you just
let's go.
Yeah.
It's not even eggs in the US right now, so consider yourself pretty fortunate.
Yeah. Yeah, if you have some fan videos, you can share it with me. I'm on Twitter or Instagram. You can, or Twitter's probably the easiest way to post a link in the comments. Or I've opened up the DMs on Twitter for everybody, so anybody can send me a DM on Twitter. So you can just send me the link there, and I'll see it if you want.
Finally.
Yeah, but there's a lot of spam. Remember last week I told you about the Monster energy drink guy?
I've seen so much stuff. It's insane. Nothing is real anymore.
Is that We Are Caster from Norway? Is that who's in the chat here? Is
that Adrian?
Adrian, is that you?
Let's go.
Er det Adrian? Fra Trøndelag. Boys. Okay. Yeah.
Some of the best releases we had.
Yeah, that was some really fun stuff. It's one of those things. I went through the same things. It's either too ahead of its time or it's like 10 years too late kind of thing, where if you made it 10 years earlier, it would be world famous, and it was like right when it was so saturated, and now people are like dried up, so now would be the time to do something like that. Yeah.
Bro, he went for the fences with those releases.
Yeah,
and
that
it
was
such
really
an epic,
that was high
epic
stuff.
thing. And to me, the beauty of the streaming and the thing with the internet now is everything is always there.
Mm.
So if it could hit 10 years ago, it could absolutely take a whole different direction with a viral or some other content thing, you know?
Yeah.
That's how it works.
Yeah. So today's episode, like we said, we're gonna go through the rest of those goddamn old tracks.
How many did you even get through last time?
I got through 60 out of 300. So we definitely have a little catching up to do, but we came to the best part, so we left at the best part that we're going to start on now, and that's 2007 was a formidable year for me as a musician, where I really got better at everything. I was maturing. I turned 20 in 2007, so it was a really like formidable year for me technically and musically, and I really got into myself, because before that I was just like hobbyist, and in 2007 it was getting really serious. So we're gonna get through those tracks and the emergence of something called Winter in Hollywood, which is it was the main project I had from 2007 to 2011, and I'll tell you, we'll have a stream about that on its own at some point, because it was a really big thing for me, the Winter in Hollywood days. Yeah, it ended sadly, like a lot of things I do, and so I think we're gonna have a little save that for another time. So we're just gonna get into it now with FL Studio. Let's go over to the other room. Let's save the chat.
Transition time.
Everybody who sends a super chat, I appreciate it a lot. You know, your boy needs to pay the rent, so I love you for helping me out. $5 is a lovely sum.
I'll let you know when I see him in the chat.
Yeah, so yeah,
when you're in FL Studio, you don't see.
Yeah,
it,
Josh's gonna call up the super chats when I'm in my zone. So okay, FL Studio coming up. Here we are. Oh damn, I'm gonna move you around a little bit there. There we go, perfect. And then I'm gonna move me around a little bit too, so I don't look so cornered. There we go. Yeah.
Put me in a box.
It put you in a box. Okay. So last time we ended on a bunch of trance music. We ended on, I think it was King of the East was one of the last tracks we listened to last time. Let's do a sound check real quick here so we know that everything's working. I think that it's good. That's the one we ended on last time. It was a Goa trance experiment I did. I was doing some mushrooms with some friends, and we were listening to Infected Mushroom and Spangle and what's it called? Younger Brother? Is that what it's called? It's just another Spangle project. And we're basically just eating mushrooms and listening to psytrance and psychedelic music. It was fun while it lasted, but be careful with that stuff, guys. It can be dangerous. I do not recommend.
Yo, Maximilian May says, please show the first song from Space Wolf demos.
Oh,
it's been 84 years.
Yeah, 84 years for sure. We're getting to the Winter in Hollywood stuff a little later in this playlist down here. It will be in that 2010 era. So the Space Wolf was an album that I made 3 versions of, and none of them got released. I released one album as Winter in Hollywood, which is called Outbreak, and the guy who released that screwed me over on the money. When Josh started working for me, he had to hunt down guy. Remember that?
That was a couple years in, but like, yeah, that was nuts.
Yeah, we had to hunt him down because he was like taking all the royalties and all that stuff. So careful with signing, guys, with people. Woof.
And these days, unless you're working with like a massive fucking label, you should be releasing it yourself anyway.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. It's a very independent market right now. So no like small unknown weird labels with like an older gentleman who does a bunch of weird shit and only does CDs. That's a bad sign. Okay, anyway, so King of the East, that was a psytrance thing. A lot of trance coming up, and then there's some soundtrack stuff, breakbeat again, and then the first Winter in Hollywood tracks, which are not what you think they're gonna be. They're something completely different. Things evolve, just like Savant used to start out as one thing, evolved into another. A lot of project over time evolves. Anyway, so let's go to one of my favorite trance tracks that I've ever produced called Purity, which I actually made a remake of, I think like a few months ago, actually. Totally on a whim, because I went through these tracks and I was just like, that is one of the coolest things that I've made. And that's up for debate. Everything's subjective, but let's go.
Wait, did you put on the Beatport charts here?
Oh, something's happening.
Did I get knocked out?
Oh, I was gonna put on a cool visualizer for the tracks while people are watching, so they don't have to just watch a blank FL Studio. There we go, master. Let's put on, what's it called again? Wave Candy or something? Or Game Studio Visualizer, it's always a little bit more fancy. Oh, the window doesn't show. Okay. Anyway, screw that then.
It's probably OpenGL or whatever.
Yeah, whatever. Okay, anyway, here we go.
Yeah, you're streaming, you can't do like everything, bro. You're not quantum yet.
Yeah, so I really love it's not a very fancy track. It's mostly chords and rhythm, but those chords are very, I don't know, there's something cool about that.
It's like I said, when you started, you sounded like you put on something I would hear like on the current Beatport charts, my guy.
2007. But I think it has a lot of house vibes to it because of the rhythm and the sounds. Like, it is a little housey. Like, this... It's almost like...
You can smell the 2007 on this one. So
yeah, I know. So it has a lot of groove to it, which, you know, I don't know. I always liked shuffle and groove. Anyway, let's move on. Reflections. This is very more techno track. It's pretty dark, but it's pretty cool. I'm not drinking piss, by the way. It's Surge.
This is what an untreated room sounds like.
Oh, sorry guys, I can't. Cringing. There we go. There we go.
This is what an untreated room sounds like.
Yeah, dude, you're drinking winter piss. So they
Winter piss.
winter piss. I turned it up if I wouldn't leak into the mic.
The reflections of dirt.
See,
Yes.
shit like this, Sustainer, fucking Burnout, like these are racing tracks. to me.
Yeah, it's
Like,
a lot of
anytime
racing
they
track.
come on, I gotta drive really fast for some reason.
Speed ticket.
Hey, Kevin Laszlo says, "Hi, Alexander. I love your music." We have the super chat from Mexico. Let's go.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, I would love to play in Mexico. We'll get there. Promise. So now there's around this time was also when I met one of my old colleagues.
Speed ticket playlist. That's what I would call it.
Yeah. So around this time was also when I met a friend of mine. At the time, he was called TSV. He was very notorious in the Norwegian music trance electronic scene in this era. Together with Alex from Pegboard Nerds, him and some other guys were really dominating like the underground electronic scene at the time. And I used to go visit him, and he used to come to me, and he actually taught me a lot about production, and it was really an important phase in my life. There's a little picture of him in this.
What color was it? White. Hey, well, you're doing that then. I'll say Nebula Crisis just sent the super chat. The characters of the Savant universe are so iconic.
Oh,
Facts.
there we go.
When are we getting a 2D fighting game with a whole void cast? I mean, that's what you wanted.
Yeah, that was the plan, really. Okay, so sorry, back to this. The reason I'm showing these pictures, my microphone wasn't plugged in. I'm not a professional streamer yet. We'll get there. But this is a guy I was talking about. He is called TSV. Me and him, we used to hang out at his place and my place, and he would teach me a lot of production. He had like a hardware synth and used Mac, and he was so professional, and he just learned me so much about mixing and mastering in that time. So that's why those tracks suddenly started sounding better and better around this time. Yeah, and we started a little project together called Twin World, or we couldn't decide between Hardware Heaven and Twin World. Those were cheesy like 2000s trance group names. Yeah, so these are us performing live. I would have a Zune plugged in. We didn't have CDJs. He had a keyboard with him, and I had an MP3 player, and we basically improvised the whole show. It was a LAN party, a computer party, whatever. Let's go back to episode.
Who suggested Twin Apex? That would have been a.
So our concept, instead of sitting and writing music together, was I showed him a song I made, and he basically remixed my track, and then he showed a track he made, and then I would remix his track. So basically we'd show each other demos, and then I would finish his and he would finish mine. They both sounded good. It just sounded a little bit more different, and you got a different perspective when you suddenly got a different producer to interpret the work, and it got really cool. So this first track is My Protection. I think it's From You or something. That's his original track that I remixed. So this is my production and his MIDI, if you will. Yeah, trance music, whatever. Let's skip over this.
Whoa.
Yeah, he was really good with melodies and stuff, and we kind of both fed on the fact that we both loved melodies so much.
Magister in the super chat is asking, you'll get your rent when you fix this damn door, but I'm curious if you made anything related to breaks prior to Savant. Love your music, bro.
Made what prior to Savant?
Breaks.
Oh yeah, we went through a bunch of that last time. It wasn't great, but you mean breakbeat type stuff, like trip hop breakbeat. Specifically. So I have a project called Winter in Vegas, which is something I created before Savant, which has a little bit more of that. It also has a little bit of like Warp Records, IDM, glitch stuff. So it's a little bit in between breakbeat, drum and bass, and IDM. But we'll get to that more a little bit later. So let's just wrap up this one. Yeah, so that was one of the tracks. The other one was a track called Red 3, which is a tobacco I used to smoke when I was like 20. It was the strongest tobacco you could buy in the store, and it was like only old people smoked it because it was so fucking gnarly. It was like sailor tobacco.
Norwegian Winston.
Yeah, you put it in like rolling paper and like real old school shit, and it tasted so strong. It like, if you didn't get lung cancer from that, I don't know. So basically, I made a track called Red 3, and then he remixed it. The original I made, it's somewhere, but I can't find it. But this is his version, I think. Okay, so here we go. Also, he used an Access virus, Indigo, which is why those plugs and those synths sound so fucking tight, because he had the hardware.
I wanted one of those so bad. So expensive.
Yeah. So this is my MIDI and his production. Can y'all guys hear the Savant core? Okay, so Thiago Gorgulo, pronounce that. Yeah, Gorgulo. I pronounced that like a asshole. But he sent us. Yeah, he sent me some cash. I appreciate it. Alex, your music inspired me to go through a lot in life and pursue a career in games. Oh, that's great. It's a video game developer. That is awesome. Welcome to the unhappy world of video game development, where your life will rot slowly and surely, but you will have great time and bad time. Listen to me for 10 years plus. Would love to listen to you live someday. Love from Brazil. That is awesome. I love Brazil, and I would love to go to Brazil and play for sure.
Come to Brazil.
Yeah. I used to know a lot of Brazilian stuff, but 10 years of doing drugs in LA does something to your brain. So the only Brazilian I really know today is from 90 Day Fiancé. So, okay, let's continue. Yeah. So the melody, very Savant-y, or me. This is my typical style of melody. but his production really elevated that stuff. Okay, so here's his super song. He had a hit song. It wasn't a hit, but basically nobody in electronic music in Norway didn't know about this track. Like, this was a fan favorite amongst every computer nerd in Norway in 2007-6. And you can find the original online somewhere, TSV Super Sound. And this is my remix of that because it was my favorite. Oh my god, what a tune.
This idea of being ahead of your time isn't always bad.
I don't know if this is ahead of its time. It's just things are coming a little full circle with trends right now. So this is.
But just in regards to a lot of comments of like, hey, release all this stuff. Like, some of this stuff would play today. Actually, I don't think this is a terrible idea from the fan base.
No. Okay, so here's the.
I tried.
Here comes the main melody.
So Nebula Crisis in the super chat says FL Studio Torrent working 2013 no virus type beat.
This is What do you mean, no virus, like and no access virus?
Yeah.
No, I didn't have a virus.
No virus isn't like the software has no virus.
Oh yeah.
That was a nice label to have back in the day.
Yeah. I got no viruses in my pirated FL Studio. So yeah.
Then we got Cruel Unknown says, have some Canadian fun bucks. Could I ask some advice? This is gonna go completely south. 5 seconds. Okay. How would you recommend I start DJing as a hobby? If I wanted to get into that, been listening since Alchemist's Heart.
DJing as a hobby.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So what I would suggest is to get a controller, like a $200-300 controller, and you would download a software called Rekordbox, and then basically put all your MP3 or sound files in there. It even connects to Beatport and Spotify, I think. So you would start there, and the basics of DJing is very like elementary stuff. You don't really need a lot of knowledge to do mixing between two tracks. So you just have to listen to a little bit how the big guys do it, and some more, depends on what kind of DJing you want to do, you know. But get a controller, look up some tutorials on YouTube or Instagram. Even I look at tutorials on Instagram for DJing. You can never learn enough. So everything's out there for you to start. I didn't have any. Sorry, what?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I didn't have any plans of being a DJ. I wanted to like just be a studio guy. But when the sirens are calling and you're going out into the world and meeting people, it's a different vibe completely than sitting in the studio. So I had to do it. Yeah. What are you gonna say?
So Kevin Laszlo in the super chat saying Savant and Virtual Riot when? My biggest dream.
So I can't really comment on that at this point in time, but let's all stay.
Something's happening. Something's happening.
So,
it has to happen.
yeah.
It's overdue.
Yeah, it's overdue. So let's all stay positive about that and keep some. No, it's not confirmed. Nothing's confirmed. You can OMG all you want, but we're not confirming nothing. But me and Valentine are, we're talking once in a while. We met at Rampage too. Awesome guy. We'll probably continue our chat about stuff later.
And bro, Virtual Riot's first album, which was on Section Z, got lifted from where you were at the time. It was the whole reason we could do it.
Are you saying I paid for it?
So, I mean, I'm not necessarily directly, but you were absolutely pivotal to making that happen.
Okay. That's awesome. Yeah, everything comes full circle at some point in time. Okay, so
hopefully most things.
Yeah, so now we've gone through a bunch of trance stuff. Now we're gonna pivot a little bit into other genres. So around this time too, my sister got me into trance when I was a kid, and she also, when I was a teenager, she was giving me all these Franz Ferdinand records and Radiohead records and Led Zeppelin and all kinds of stuff. And Radiohead, huge influence on me, but they're so unique. It's my favorite band of all time, by the way, Radiohead. Nobody can beat that shit for me. But it is so unique that trying to do something similar would just be so plainly ripping it off that I never really did that. But I did dabble with more indie rock stuff, and okay, we're gonna listen to an indie rock track I made back in then. Mentioning Radiohead before this was a mistake, but because this is junk.
You always get ahead of yourself.
Yeah, but I did have a lot of indie rock tracks that I made under different names and whatever. But here's Talk, apparently. This is what it's called. There's no singing on this, I think.
Have a song written for it?
Yeah, I have a version with vocals somewhere, but I was learning how to sing around this time, so it sounds pretty choking cat.
Auto-tune to the rescue.
Yeah, I played guitar my whole life, so definitely using guitar for something was pretty inevitable. Anyway, so now we're done with some of that stuff. There's tons more. I just selected one out of 10, 20 tracks I found in a folder. I might not even have selected the best one, to be honest. Okay, so here is the first ever Winter in Hollywood track, and based on this audio wave file here, you could probably tell that this is not going to end well. Wave files are not supposed to look like that. So the reason they look like shit here is because at this time I was experimenting a lot with turning files into audio. When I say files, I mean executable files, DLL files, image files, text files, whatever I could find, and convert them into raw audio data. And it would make these noises and glitches and scary sounds. And I would just make music around that. It sounds horrible, so this isn't the greatest track, but this was one of the first Winter in Hollywood tracks. And it's pretty scary. Okay, let's see what it sounds like. probably be more of a Winter in Vegas track, to be honest, but I didn't have that moniker ready by then, so it is what it is. Nothing's perfect. Okay. Interesting. And then...
The kind of shit my son is doing right now.
Oh, really?
Something about that age where I just need to fucking break everything.
Oh, our Lord.
FNAF the song. Let's go.
So the drum beat here is stolen from a game called Shogo Mobile Armor Division by Monolith. And all the glitching sounds are basically just files from the computer. And I have a folder with these that I still use to this day. All these glitching sounds. You can probably hear them in a bunch of Savant tracks as well. I think around the Overworld and Ism era, there was a bunch of these glitchy sounds in there as tiny snippets and breaks and stuff. I don't remember where, but they're all over the place. And then at this time also, I was, getting more into scoring and, soundtrack, classical stuff. And this is where I composed a bunch of stuff that I later put on a CD where I called, is it called Highlander? I think I released an album called Highlander.
Yes.
Yes. Which is under Alexander Winter. So this is one of the tracks, and it's made back in 2007. It's all recorded on my Korg Triton Extreme keyboard because I didn't have money for plugins. So I would just record things on the piano. Some seagulls.
William Wallace loves some shit.
Yeah.
When the pirate is fame.
Fucking Braveheart. Anyway, y'all heard this is already out, so I don't really need to go through this a lot. Same with this Lowlands theme. I think also this is on Highlander, if I'm not mistaken.
This would go good in The Witcher 3.
In what?
The Witcher, like the Witcher games.
Oh, yeah. No, The Witcher's Polish, though. This is like Irish. I think they would have a fit about that. They're very particular about these things. Slavic folk music and Irish folk music, Celtic. It's a little bit different. But it's medieval or whatever. Not medieval, but it's, it's folk music. It all kind of sounds the same at some point. Yeah, more stuff. Here's a interpretation of Turok 2 Port of Adia theme, which is the first level in Turok 2 for Nintendo 64. Which sounds like this exactly. Which is one of my favorite video game songs of all time. If I was to make a tribute musical, like a tribute album for video games, that would be on there. Okay, let's continue. Metamorph, also like trailer music stuff. In a time where one man was against everybody, against all odds, That's that kind of shit. Yeah, super Hans Zimmery, my favorite. And then, of course, this is also on the Highlander soundtrack, but I really wanted to include this because it's from this time. So if y'all are into that, go check out the album Highlander by Alexander Winter. It's on YouTube and Bandcamp and whatever. Okay, more breakbeats. I'm not super fond of this song, but it is because I've listened to it for, you know, almost 20 years. So whatever. It's almost like a little jazz with the trumpet thingy. Not jazz, maybe like smooth elevator, smooth jazz, alternative. Oh. Something very 90s about that, especially this.
You know what's interesting? It's interesting that you did this all the way back in 2007, some of these tracks, but like you released them way later, right, in a different way, or you used a piece of them somewhere else. Like we have somebody in the chat named Julia Voorhees, and she's basically like, how do I, you know, get used to releasing my music? It's a nervous process for them. And maybe you don't need to. Maybe you start with a small group, but eventually it'll get released in the right context.
Yeah.
You just need to make the music.
So my best advice for releasing music is to just put it out for free when you live at home. If you live at home. If you live in somebody's, your grandparents' basement or still living at home with your parents, just put it out for free. Put it on SoundCloud. Focus on, so of course, there's different time today. You have to focus so much on social media presence. So actually, being a good musician is not really enough these days to, if you want to make it or get heard. You got to be good at entertainment in general, especially in the short video format. So it's going to be difficult to break through anyway today, but I would really focus my powers on that and really not focusing on releasing music so much as building an audience and music being the soundtrack to whatever you're doing. That would be my best advice. Right. If you want to reach an audience. If the cream always rises to the top is something that's said, you know, it's a really stiff competition today with quality.
It's a lot of cream.
It's a lot of cream today, so it's really difficult to stick out. So you really got to be different, I think, is more than, like, in 2011 or 2008, all you had to do was be good. Now you have to be different and good. Or good is you know, maybe not so, you don't have to be good. You just have to be so different and touch somebody, but not in that way. But you have to really, like, appeal to a vibe. You have to speak to somebody, either if it's lyrical or if it's sonically, and just put it out.
All right, we got Latent Flow Control, the super chat, 10 years fan, 10 years plus fan. Your crisp electronic style, incredible talent fueled my software engineering studies and performance, embodying innovation and awe for building the future and something bigger than myself. Thank you.
Awesome.
Bro.
Yeah,
well,
that's great.
And then I got one more.
Oh.
Basically from Bright One, and thank you so much for that, Bright One. We love your music, Alex. That's it, bro.
Oh, thank you.
He gave you a video game.
Oh, awesome. Yeah. So yeah. Somebody loves it. That's great because I surely am on the fence. So it's good that somebody has me in mind. Okay, so Mirrors and Buildings, pretty shitty stuff. It's breakbeats with some ambient It's, I don't even know what to call that. And then there's another one that's pretty similar. Yeah, I don't think that's worth it. We just skip to the beat.
He knows what he's skipping. We're all at the disadvantage here.
Yeah.
Start rapping, bro.
Yeah, but my rapper buddies didn't like that sort of stuff. That's when I started like developing a more hip hop style, because this to me would have been like, oh, this is cool hip hop. No, it's not. At that time, no. It's too complicated and it's too sonically full. So rapping on top of this would be the widest, weirdest thing. Maybe, I don't know. Who knows? Anyway, okay, so here is another early Winter in Hollywood track, which is not what people would assume what it is, but it is what it is. It's called Destroy You. I think I'm sampling Darth Vader here, and it's I like this one.
Make me destroy you.
Hopefully we don't trigger Disney's content ID, bro.
I don't think so. We're gonna be good. Okay, I like this transition.
Make me destroy you. Don't make me destroy you.
Bro, 2x speed fit right now and like main stage.
Fucking techno. This is straight techno, like industrial techno. It is so heavy and dark and even the melodic stuff is like, oh. Okay, anyway, more of the same. Party Crasher. Okay, this intro is really, you know, viewer discretion advised. It's a little edgy, you know. I was, you know, whatever. Try not to take it too serious. It's just a joke track. Yeah, industrial stuff, little breakbeaty.
Hey, slow one. 3J sends a heart from Denmark, it looks like.
Oh,
And then one smaller super chat from Leighton Flow Control again. Same 10-year plus fan. Please stop. Please drop more tracks and focus on music. Skip video game projects. This is your true talent. There was only one Savant. Awesome. Hey, bro. I'm gonna jump on board to support this one 100%. We need like a good 5 years of nothing but music, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not working on video games as a developer right now. I'm only working on video games as a composer, and those are things I'm basically doing in my spare time. So it's not going to eat up any of my Savant time. So don't worry about that. We're covered. We're good.
Julia from Norway is asking, "Hi Savant, do you master your own tracks before releasing them? And if yes, could you please show us your mastering process? Pretty please."
Oh lordy lord. Mastering, I'm terrible at it. My mastering process, I would say there's only one sure way to do that for an idiot like me, and that is to you know, mix has to be good. If your mix is good and it barely needs any mastering, you are good to go. If it just needs you can have like a little test master on your track while you're mixing, and just like a limiter, a clipper, some dynamic EQ stuff, not too much stuff. Just something to take away some rumbly low ends, and something to clarify your track a little bit more. And then also make sure that your low end of your track isn't too wide in the stereo. So use like an imager plugin to take away or lower the stereo width from the subs and down, like 100 and down, something like that. It's important. But yeah, I can do like a stream about that later where I'm talking
maybe
about
one day we you're actually showing what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm gonna do some production streams in the future. But on the mastering chain, I would if you have no clue what you're doing, I would really recommend using Isotope Ozone. Is it 11? It's called. Let me see what it's called. It's called Ozone 11. Yeah. Ozone 11, you'd get a lot of control, and you have basically all the plugins you would need to really hone in a good master. The limiting on the top of the track, and also the what's it called? Yeah, compression, all that stuff. So yeah, I would look into
Jimmy and Tueru in the chat are going for between 10 and 34 sound goodizers to do the job.
Yeah. Sound goodizers is not recommended. I would use maximizer, which is the same thing, and tweak those things, but not on the master. Oof. If you want to sound like shitty Savant 2012-13, then do that if you want to, because that's what I used to do. If you want to really fuck up your mix.
Hey, somebody's shitty Savant 2013 is another person's 2025 Skrillex. But anyway, Jason Peck in the super chat says, "I love Mother Earth Part 2. Will we get more of that?"
More Mother Earth, or more of that sort of music, that genre? Well, I'm not gonna remake Mother Earth again. That's never ever gonna happen. But that sort of track, to me, that falls into like the sort of electro house I used to do, which is like a little bit melodic and stuff like that. But what are you gonna say?
We're taking a break from the from the electro house.
We're taking a break from electro house right now, bro. If you want me to have a house to live in and to be able to feed my kids and not go to jail and stuff, then you would not want me to sit here and make electro house 24/7. So yeah, so we're gonna stay away from electro house for a little bit. There is a really cool thing about OG electro house from 2009 to 2015. There's something great about that stuff.
There was a golden age.
There was a golden age, and I have dabbled with it several times, but something just sounds extremely dated about it until I figure out how to make it sound a little bit more fresh. Yeah, but I definitely have started those things, but I just like with my dubstep, when I start doing those things, I just close the project because it just sounds like 20 other things I've done, and I just don't want to go in the loop. Because I'm inevitably going to do that anyway, even if I try new things or not. But I just want to try as much as possible not to repeat. Because I don't know how many types of electro house track I could do before it all starts to blend in, you know. Because Mother Earth has similarities to, you know, a Bananonymous or whatever it's called, and then those tracks have similarities to other things I've done, and you know, it just becomes like one big mush of a track. So I'm gonna take a break from that, but I like that track too. It's a fun track.
All that stuff is great for live mixes, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I got two quick super chats before you get back to the music here.
Yeah,
we got
sure.
Z Rapids basically saying mastering stream equals elephant 2. Yes, please. That's actually fucking really interesting way to look at it.
Yeah.
And then Jason, one more time, I love I got one good thing. I think that's what he's trying to say. I love
Oh.
one good thing.
Oh yeah, one good thing.
Yeah. How does that play into the future, right? Because like we were talking about, hey, I've done these things. One good thing is now.
Yeah.
Let 'em know.
So I have I'm doing a genre thing right now where it's something between the genre they call main stage, which is basically what electro house turned into, I feel, and then another genre called tech house and another genre called bass house. So bass house, tech house, and main stage, the triangle. I have a track called Go that came out on my last EP that is kind of like in that vein, and then you have One Good Thing, which is also in that area. I have a few more tracks coming out that have the similar spirit, and it's very like, it's a little drier, harder tech house, bass house stuff, with a lot more focus on the simple motif that's kind of catchy and vocal samples, which I love. So I have a few tracks in the pipeline with that sort of stuff that I'll show you guys later. In the promo video in the beginning, there's a track called Graveyard that I used for the France promotion for the show, and I'm showing a little bit of like a whip of a track I'm working on there. That's very similar. Anyway, let's continue with this audio stream before we get too lost. Register Tech, who the hell knows what that is? Oh shit. Oh lord. Okay.
Jump slower, bro.
Me? Oh yeah, no, I hate this track. It sounds like shit. So I'm not gonna listen to that anymore. To me, it sounds like garbage. I like genre, sound, everything. A lot of these things are experiments, and then I moved on. I didn't do those again. But I had a little period here where I was doing like industrial music a little breakbeat and industrial stuff. Battle Stations. This is definitely, it sounds like some orchestral stuff. Let's see what this is all about. Oh, this is a little Hans Zimmer, Crimson Tide.
What year are we in right now?
2007. We still got a lot of 2007. Okay, so that's orchestral stuff. Also, I had a band from 2003 to 2010-ish, like almost 7 years, called No Funeral, where we did everything from industrial metal to black metal and orchestral stuff and all kinds of stuff. And I have tons of demos I wrote for it because the rest of the band was like, we lived so far away from each other and we couldn't really practice or record a lot of stuff. So we released a few albums, but most of the time I was just recording my own stuff. So this is one of the demos I made. And I played the bass guitar and the electric guitar and stuff. So I was really into Rammstein, Dimmu Borgir, and Rob Zombie, Marilyn Manson, everything from Linkin Park, Limp Bizkit, all that stuff too. So everything from like the darkest death black metal to like Linkin Park, Limp Bizkit, like, and everything in between, like even Evanescence on the edge, and then another band called Nightwish with that like operatic vocals and stuff. So it's really every fucking thing. Oh, here we got some. Oh, AC/DC too, which you can probably hear. And Metallica.
Fire, bro.
A good riff is important. And then we have some more No Funeral before we get done with that stuff. This is like a ballad. I really like this one.
Metallica meets Cranberries.
Ooh.
Nice.
Yeah, it was like a Metallica ballad type thing. Little Mexican influence on the end there. I don't mind it. I'm getting old, so I like the soft stuff more. I feel like I'm getting like I've got my dad.
Hey, when you get old, you get to appreciate things in a different light. You
Yeah.
know, your advice is always different. Speaking of, on the super chat I got from Cairo Sanders, do you think he would ever do a track review of listeners? Maybe offer suggestions.
we have
That's something.
we have talked about that. We have talked about that, right? So, so definitely something we're going to be doing more in the future when we run out of more material that we have planned, because we planned a little bit of material. When we start running out of that stuff, we're going to start doing more listening to stuff from other people. We're going to review what's coming out in general, like Beatport top 10s, and then we're going to talk a little bit about other, up and comers and stuff like that. Review some user music, and do production streams, stuff like that. We'll see where it goes, but it's in the work. So yeah,
We're gonna try everything once at least, for
Yeah.
sure.
I am not the best.
Hey.
Sorry, yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not the best person to show music to, because I hate everything. So I'm very negative.
I think that's actually, you know what, to be fucking honest with you, bro, I think that's kind of what people need. Like, most of the reviews and the things that you see out here in terms of criticism are so soft.
Yeah.
They're so bland. They don't really add to the ideas or try to help much at all, because it's just praise. It's just, this is fire. This is whatever.
So yeah,
I don't think it's a bad thing to have a little edge.
So yeah, I would have to choose my personality on that stuff if I want to look at it from an objective standpoint, where you are competing with whatever's out there, or if I'm looking at it subjectively, like, is this something I personally like, or if I'm just
both.
Yeah, because definitely what I like is different to what's gonna work. And we could basically do like an overall of that, maybe, where I go through like, personally, I don't like this, but I think this would work. Or personally, I don't like this and I don't think it's going to work, and you need to go back to the drawing board. I'm really sorry, like, or something like that. But again, I'm not alpha omega on either mixing, mastering, production, or anything. So I wouldn't be the god of telling you what's right or wrong.
It's going to be more about just, your opinion. But like, look, Bright One just sent another $50.
Oh,
Thank
Lord.
you, bro.
Oh.
Wow. We love your music, Alex. Like, yeah, we love your music for fucking sure, bro.
Thank you. Like I said, it's good that somebody does. Because it's...
And then I got another one from Ash. You are my all-time favorite artist. have you ever or will you ever press records? I would kill to have some Vinter wax in my collection.
Oh yeah, so Josh right here he's down here. There he is. He's been pushing me to do some wax. We had a conversation last week where he was like trying to convince me to do some vinyls, and of course I shot it down. And like Josh has a good experience with me being like very negative about his ideas. I think he has like a trauma at this point with how much no I say to stuff.
Bro, I'm cured. I'm good.
But yes, we might do that. Listen, we are trying to survive right now, so I have to do things that will be progressively trying to make my standard of living a little better and stuff like that. If I was silly rich and everything was going great and I was bored, I would do some vinyl for you. Right now, I am trying my best to try to keep things afloat and to try to like break through the new like scene with my music and stuff. So I don't really have time to sit here and make tiny small things like a vinyl pressing, because it is only a very niche following. And I appreciate that you ask for that, and I know people have before, and we will. I just need to get there. I would rather do CDs first than do that, like a CD collection with like every Savant CD. And almost like, remember back in the day, you had the James Bond VHS collection in like a box. Yeah, Dr. No all the way up to fucking Tomorrow Never Dies.
Bro, we haven't even gotten to CDs yet. Like,
yeah. So we need let's do CDs first, and then vinyl will come after. Also, all my albums have like 20 plus tracks. How the hell? It would be like a 5 vinyl
selection.
Yeah.
It needs to be a selection.
So I would have to make a vinyl specific project where it's basically like the best of Savant on 3 vinyls or something like that. I think that would be the best way to go about it.
Or maybe like the first decade.
Yeah, or something like that. Yeah, the best of 2. Oh my god, we're gonna do like the fucking Pink Floyd routine where it's like, or David Bowie. Oh my god, David Bowie has so many best ofs, dude. Oh my god, trying to find the ultimate best of him is like.
Let's do that and figure out how to sell out a few stadiums in the next 10 years, and everything will be right with the world.
Okay, so
let's save EDM.
Yeah. Part of this whole like retrospective thing of like printing CDs and stuff is also what we're doing now. We're trying to figure out where I come from and where I'm going based on that. So again, let's keep on trucking. We're almost done with 2007. We spent an hour on 1 year, so let's just keep pushing through. This is No Funeral again. Was a black metal band. I think this track is a little darker, more Dimmu Borgir inspired. Oh no! Virus. Oh. Oh yeah, it is.
Give me free healthcare. Give me free healthcare. Obamacare. I need a liver transplant.
But I really obscured this stuff. But this is like, I really like classy commercial black metal, like this stuff. Listen. Little description of what I'm trying to talk about is that, yes, everything's on guitar, drums, and bass and keyboard and stuff, but everything is in minor. There is no major chords here. It's a very tactful thing to create a whole song, make it beautiful with purely minor chords. And the way I'm doing this transposition on the guitar, where I'm constantly moving upwards the chords, this is my type of shit. So it's coming now. It's like a solo thing. Here. So So I thought that was a fun thing to do. I think. Let's see. Oh. Oof.
I guess related to the note stuff, Link Pro Control is asking in the super chat, have you ever tried microtonal stuff with Sense Diff?
When it comes to microtonal stuff, the closest thing I've done with that is Arabic, folk music stuff.
Whoa.
And I would love to have a complete episode just about, like, what's going on?
Savant Fans Reboot just put $200 in the super chat. Love your music, obviously. Thanks for being you, Alex.
Oh,
Cheers
Lord.
for the streams, you guys.
Thank
I know, this is the best thing ever.
Oh my god, $200?
Started this shit.
$200 is like a 2 weeks of food. That's fucking amazing. Thank you so much. Saved my life right now. Yeah, the microtonal stuff. I'll have an episode purely on like ethnical music and world music, I think, because it has a lot to do with my inspiration. But microtonal in general, I'm not a big fan. I like the 12-tone system. I like when things aren't in between two notes, because this is it's in our blood. It's maybe not so objective. It's pretty gene subjective stuff. We'll talk about that too later.
Izzy Rapids is asking in the super chat, do you have a favorite Savant riff or sound? Notice similar bits in Arcade Night and Cry for Love, the solo used in Spaceship, and Want to Tell You from the Hollywood era, or are those callbacks?
So it depends on if you talk about the sound or the type of melody, all that stuff. So the melodies from my music are mainly inspired by heavy metal solo stuff, which if you guys look at the big picture, it would be like a Sherlock Holmes fucking threads going everywhere type system. But heavy metal 80s, 70s prog rock and heavy metal and rock, solo driven, blues oriented, into heavy metal in the 80s, where people really do the solo thing. And then that translates into video game music in the late 80s, early 90s, where the melodies of video game music really catches from heavy metal from the 80s. And anime intros. I'm not talking about the anime you guys watch. I'm talking about the animes I watched when I was a kid. Robotech, Saber Rider, not Gundam, not Death Note, not Naruto, not Bleach, none of this fucking serial episodic shit. I'm talking about
No fucking Attack on Titan garbage.
no. Nothing after 1989. Nothing after 1989. So I'm talking about Macross Robotech. I'm talking about, like I said, Saber Rider, Transformers, Americanized Japanese stuff, like with the heavy metal inspired, the intros for the 80s cartoon stuff. That's where my melodies come from. Mask, Transformers, Silver Hawks. I could make a whole episode just on 80s Saturday morning cartoon stuff. But a lot of that stuff is the melodic content of my music. Also, Finnish heavy metal from like mid 90s to 2000. That's a lot of my solo stuff. Children of Bodom, Nightwish, those two bands alone is like purely all of my melodic content comes from those two bands almost alone. Anyway, okay, that was Virus. I really enjoyed this passage right here. It's very like Hellraiser-esque soundtrack here. God, I miss this so much. Curse EDM. Why did metal die? Like, okay, more metal. So I had a band in 2002-3 with a friend of mine. We talked about him in the previous episode. Today he's called Scar. He makes covers, metal covers of, I think, video game stuff mostly. And he is on YouTube. He's on Instagram. You should go follow him and say that I sent you Scar Music. With a K, I think, Scar. And me and him used to have a band in high school or college or whatever you guys call it. It was like when we're 16 to 18 ish. And we used to compose things in Tracker software, like the Tracker I showed you in the previous video. We used to make metal in those, and then we'd get a rehearsal area and start rehearsing together. And after high school was over, we split, but we made a lot of music. I composed probably 200-300 songs for that project alone. So this is one of those things. This is after we kind of broke up, but I still thought it was a cool name, so I kind of kept it going.
He says, "Whoa, what? Metal died? I didn't get that memo." I agree.
But metal,
ZVS
yeah.
in the super chat. Here's some help to keep you afloat. By the way, how much to come to my birthday party in 2 weeks and lay down a sick live set? That's pretty last minute there, fam.
Oh, that's pretty
Love you.
last minute.
Keep up the streams.
Should we
It's gonna be very expensive, just the trip.
Oh, it's not gonna be €5, whatever, but or pounds. So it would cost you like 2 months' salary probably, because you have to do the plane tickets for me and the hotel and then the show. So it would, but I'd do it. I would do it.
I mean, honestly, you need to be prepared to not the fee, but like you need to be prepared to spend at least $10,000. Like that's like just setting it all up.
Yeah. So, but it is doable. So once in a lifetime type of thing.
Talk to our booking agent. Let's go.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm from Joaquim from Norway here.
Joaquim?
Super chat. Can't believe it's been 14 years since I was first introduced to your music. Love everything you do. I will never forget the good time we had making the Fuck Nexus music video.
So yeah, so Joachim was a part of like this like school group with the 2 other friends, and they kind of like emailed me and said, "Yo, we would make a music video for you for free." And then I kind of like flew down to see them and stayed over at one of their houses, and we kind of just filmed the music video over like a couple of days. And it's called F Nexus. It's on my YouTube page, I think. And these guys, Joachim, I think another guy in their group, I don't know if maybe it's Joachim too. Like they all started like working in media after.
We need to get the team back together then, bro. You need some music videos for the shit you've been making lately. It's all vocal stuff.
Yeah. So I think actually Joe tried to reach out to me a few years back to use one of my tracks in a TV show he's producing. But it didn't work out. But it's okay. We're still good. There's a lot of stuff going on at the same time. Release more metal music. Release more metal music, and we will immediately buy it. Much love from Retri.
That's what I was.
Yeah, so I definitely at some point we're gonna get our website really smooth, with like a community section where you can log in and be like a Patreon type thing, where basically you can.
It's always been my dream for us to just have your own Bandcamp, like no need to be paying nobody no fees, kind of thing. That's how I see it.
Yeah, so basically
keep the stuff up on the other platforms, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, so we wanted to make like a really intimate section, like an intimate section on the website where basically people can get access to the more stuff that only you would be interested in, and share that with people who want to like be part of that group. So we're working on that. It just takes a lot of time to build a community website type thing. But we've already started the first steps on that. So we're gonna make like a little private club for us basically everybody who's here today would be part of that club, and we could just like hang out together there. And I would share more production stuff, and I would do more like contests and remix contests, share my project files, and forever who's like super into that sort of stuff, more intimate, personal, under the hood type stuff. Anyway, so that was Atlantis by Winter Bliss. That was super heavy. I love that stuff. There's another track called Everlasting. I think this one is also pretty good. Yeah, this one's catchy. This could be a pop song, and I would love to take this melody, and I think I've actually made a Savant track out of this, but never released it. It's like a little Lady Gaga intro.
Shout out Lady G, she just had a release.
Okay, skip that. Yeah, so yeah, I love this song. It's very catchy. I really want to do something, transform that melody into something later. Very like Eurovision melody type thing. Okay, let's keep going. Before
Wait.
Oh.
I gotta say hi to Vishal. Is that Vishal from Disciple? Listened through Oracle again yesterday. The first album I ever bought at the peak of the piracy days. Always brings me back to my EDM roots. Thank you for the inspiration over the years. These are the guys from, oh my God, this is why I shouldn't smoke weed on the stream. Help me here.
Oh,
Vishal from Bandles.
yeah, Bandles.
Vishal from Bandles.
I was like, well,
Yes.
what are you like? What are you trying to say?
Stoner moment.
Yeah, stoner moment. Yeah, Bandles. Big shout out. Thank you for dropping by and slapping me $10. That's awesome.
Let's go, guys.
Yeah. So that's
See you
awesome.
on the road soon, dog.
Yeah, we'll see you on the road. Okay, let's keep rolling with the metal. It's getting we're almost done with the metal, but now we're getting to some harpsichord stuff, which is super important, pivotal. ¿Qué, María?
The harpsichord faithful are excited.
Yeah.
Harpsichord. Let's go.
So, fun fact about harpsichord, it's also called a cembalo. Cembalo. That's a Latin, more European pronunciation of it. I think harpsichord is the English pronunciation of the word cembalo, which either is French or German, which I'm not pretty certain on. But in Norwegian, we call it cembalo, which is a weird word for it. But anyway, okay, let's continue. We're almost done with 2007. Let's just keep rushing, okay?
Nobody's complaining about you playing music to have a
Yeah, made that when you were sucking on your mama's titties, bro. Like back in the day. That's how old I am. Anyway, okay, we're almost done. 2 more tracks. Let's just get them out, okay? Under the Ice. This is a ballad. It's a little tearjerker. Let's get it out of the way. Mi amor.
It's very Final Fantasy VII.
Yes, right? Oh, did my camera just die? I think maybe my camera died. Is it that time? It looks
the
like
camera dies later.
Yeah, it is. It is okay. Okay, let me change the camera real quick. Do you keep going? Can you hear me now?
We got protocol now.
Yeah, we got
Anybody
protocol.
that was on the last stream where the stream died, we've learned from our mistakes.
Yeah. So,
prepared
can everybody
such an
hear
event.
me? Hear me
Yeah, we
fine?
can hear you.
Okay, good. Okay, let me just put the battery in the new camera. I have 2 Canon cameras. My wife has one, and I have one, and we're running between 2 different Canon cameras here, so that we can get the full stream. Okay, plugging in the new one.
Okay, while he's plugging that in.
Oh, I'm done already, bro.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Well, folks asking about like, hey, where can they find this music and stuff like that? Like,
Oh,
we
it
do
doesn't
plan
exist.
to- right.
That's why we're doing
we do
the
plan
stream.
to figure that out, and that's
Yeah.
what the stream is for.
Yeah. So basically, we're doing the stream because it doesn't exist anywhere, and I kind of want to show everybody where I'm coming from, but it's not really stuff that is supposed to exist. This is like before you guys just knew that I was alive. I was
Some of it though, bro. We're gonna have to fight over that.
Yeah, but basically back in this time type of era. Let me turn on the ISO a little bit here if I can. Can I do that? I'm really bright. Okay, so oh Jesus Christ, this is bothering me. Let me turn on my camera intensity, color correction, contrast maybe. There we go. Okay, that's good. Okay.
Hey, in the super chat,
Mhm.
OZVS, who asked you how much would it be to come do a private show? He's like, I'm a poor Azubi.
Oh,
10K is like a year's salary.
oh,
I could offer good vibes, hospitality, cake, and love slurps for my doggo if you're fine with that.
I'm borderline
I mean-
diabetes already.
You know what? Come back at him again when he's like a multimillionaire. I'll probably fucking do it.
Oh yeah, listen. If I had the ability to do this sort of stuff for
This is
free,
crazy shit.
if I had the ability to do these sort of things on a whim for free, I would totally oblige. Right now, we're just trying to hustle. But anyway, what were we talking about before that?
We were getting into the next track. You just
Oh yeah.
just-
People asked. It was somebody asking like, would I release it? And maybe.
Some of it.
Some of it.
For sure.
But some of it not so much. This is why the stream exists. These are curiosities. These are novelties. They're not commercial stuff I want associated with my name.
Can I say this shit right now? This is way overdue fan service, my guy.
What?
This is way overdue fan service.
To
Like,
to have a stream like this, you mean? Or-
to go through all of your
Oh
shit.
yeah. I
All
okay.
the
So
old tracks year by year, album by album.
So
fun times.
back when I started Savant, things were a little bit more informal, and I used to put out a mixtape once in a while. It's how my first Savant project was born, called Thrill Seekers. It was part of a mixtape I did, which also included a bunch of other bands I was making at the time and projects and stuff. So that was the way I was getting my tracks out there. Was through these zipped mixtapes I put on whatever it's called, Transfer, no, I don't know what these fucking, remember what those places were called?
So one of the hundreds and hundreds of fucking sharing things.
One of those sharing sites, right? And that's how I spread my music back in the day. But of course, nobody gave a shit. I made 80s pop music, retro stuff 10 years before Blinding Lights by The Weeknd, and nobody gave a shit, you know? So I don't think that was the right time to do it. It was a little too early and a little too late at the same time. I was 30 years too late, and 10 years too early to release that sort of stuff. We're getting to Winter in Hollywood. But okay, so this is the last metal track, hopefully. Yes, okay, before Winter in Hollywood. Okay, so this is called Wise Old Man. I love this melody. I also made a Krang version for Krang, or drum and bass version. Never finished, never released. So maybe somebody recognizes it, but you'd have to be very canny. I really like the really loud hi-hat I can hear. Like, the hi-hat had to be loud. So this is a very interesting rhythmical progression. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4. Which is a very unnatural way of making a very like standard type of tracks, but playing with those type of time signatures is fun, and it makes an interesting sounding track. So here's the Krang version, just to like give you some perspective on this.
That album was really cool.
What do you say?
Krang.
What about Krang?
Well, you know, drum and bass is my favorite genre.
Yeah,
so.
Josh really likes drum and bass. So I want everybody to know about Krang, and we're going to talk more about the retrospective, like what I meant with all the albums, because a lot of people are very curious about what the themes were, and I never really were really public about really what was going on. It's very like, I wanted there to be a lot of subtext, but there is usually a lot of I write a lot of documents, and I draw a lot of sketches for every album. There's a lot of theming going on without me talking about it, a lot of characterization. But Krang was supposed to be a completely different project. The artist was called Krang. I just turned it into Savant project because Corona hit, and you know, I just wanted people to hear it.
That's right.
Yeah, and I think if I did a completely new artist and like create a new artist around that time, I think, you know, Blanco, I really like Blanco, but I think it needs to be folded into Savant again. I don't think Blanco needs to be its own thing. I don't think Krang needs to be its own thing. I don't think none of these EDM offshoots needs to be their own thing to try to survive in the market. Like, I want to be an artist, and the word artist's sake, where I am trying new things and I'm constantly evolving, and you either eat the cake or you leave it alone, but I'm gonna be there for the next time. You know, not everybody has to like everything I make all the time, and I'm fine with that. But I will always do something new, but I always repeat some of the old stuff. So, you know, in 2013 I was repeating stuff from 2007, and you know, it's always gonna be like this loop where I go back to my past. But Krang was the type of project where I had an idea for it for like 6 years. Since 2016, I had this Krang project lying around, and I didn't know what to do with it. And then I just finished an album with it, and I'm going to show you guys the Krang demos and all the demos for all the albums, actually, at some point too, where we talk about the albums. Maybe instead of doing a retro...
That's going to be fun, like to go over Oracle and then you go over all the different mixes.
Oh,
like right
Lord.
now we're going through it with the newest projects. Like you'll do 5 or 6 versions of the song until you figure out what you want. So.
Yeah, so in the Crank folder I opened up now, let's separate them group by type. Sorry, I'm just going to digress for 2 seconds here.
Hey, Maximilian Mason, the super chat says how amazing it is to have so many people really just love and connect with your music. Play the whole First Time We Met.
Oh, okay. Awesome. Yeah, I think he posted a super chat earlier too. I think I remember Maximilian. So, okay, so basically, let's switch the screens for a second here to
Hey, they don't hear you. Your audio dropped off.
Alex Mike. Hey, I'm so sorry. I'm new to the streaming stuff. I added my microphone. Sorry. So in the Crank folder, there is a lot of, like, you can see version 1, 2, 3, etc. But it is like 217 songs, but with different versions and stuff, of course. But so all of those tracks, like, boiled down, there's probably, let's say, around 110 unique tracks, maybe 100, or 75 unique tracks, so somewhere between 75 and 100. And then, we boil it down to 24. So there's a lot of tracks here I never showed. I think I did a Twitter post about it as well. But anyway, let's get back to... We'll do like
What? Dank Lulu's asking, why is there a folder called Yabba Dabba Doo?
Yabba Dabba Doo is a dance album from 1994 that my sister had, that I stole from her, which has like Euro dance from 1994. It has some classics, like the first Axel Foley remix, and it has like the X-Files dance remix. It has all of these fucking classic dance remixes. So that's what the Yabba Dabba Dance. You can Google Yabba Dabba Dance and you will find those albums. There's a series of them. Europe was an amazing place to grow up in the 90s with electronic music. Okay, let's go back to FL Studio. We are done with metal, and now we're gonna quickly... One last metal track. Okay. So I was
so close to that.
So in 2008, we're starting 2008. These are not chronologically in 2008. This could have been made in November 2008. Who knows? I didn't go exactly on the things. I sorted them by mood more than anything. So Rainforest, this is part of my kind of journey of experimenting with the stuff that was coming to me at the time. So this is more new agey world music, and then I have some metal coming in at the end. But 10 years later, replace it with EDM. I really like this track. I'm experimenting more with ethnical instruments. 2008 was also like a building year for me. I'm actually playing the recorder flute here. This is not a sample. This is a recorder flute in Europe, in Norway, in the 90s. Everybody used to get a recorder in school in music class. We all used to play it with the teacher to learn how to play instruments. I don't know what it is.
Pure torture.
Yeah.
Pure
Did you guys do it in
torture.
America too? Do you guys get recorder flutes?
I remember this. I remember this type of thing, and it just being torture.
Yeah.
Just absolute torture.
But listen, when after school was over and I started doing my own stuff, I still had my recorder flute from school because we had to pay for it. So I recorded a bunch of tracks with recorder flute, and I'll show you guys later at some point when we go thoroughly through my tracks. This is just an overview. 300 tracks overview.
They do kazoos in Denmark. They don't do the recorders in Denmark. Everybody else, like Canadians, seem to have this experience. Me as an American, the Denmark folks have kazoos.
Kazoos. I would think
The
that Denmark had a closer resemblance to Norway, since we are been raped and pillaged by Denmark for centuries. Basically, like Puerto Ricans have been raped and pillaged by USA for a very long time, and
Spain and the Dutch.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
So many.
Yeah. So basically, like, Denmark and Norway has a very complicated relationship. I love Denmark, by the way. Denmark's amazing. Half the pegboard nerds from Denmark. Denmark's produced a bunch of stuff. Your salami and sausages are great. Your beer is great. Who can complain? But our language today in Norway is like 75% Danish, because we were owned by Denmark. And later either sold to or lost a bet to Sweden, so we were transferred to Sweden. And then we had to fight an independence war with Sweden to get our independence in Norway. So we had the same shit as the America had, where we had our Independence Day. And it's like in 1800, 1700 somewhere, where we also have our constitution, where we got rid of the Swedish and the Danes because they fucking bought us or took us over. Anyway, but kazoos, that's a shame. Anyway, let's get to Rainforest. Beautiful track. I play the recorder flute. Let's listen a little bit to my recorder playing. It's very subtle in the background, though. Oh! That's duduk, which is basically a Mid-Eastern clarinet. That's not me playing, that's a sample. And then we have like a Mid-Eastern flute. This is like an opening to a set.
This recorder is nice, right? Like,
but this is not a recorder.
Talented to play the recorder.
The recorder is the tiny piece in the background right here. Listen.
Right.
That tiny thing. Everything else is samples. Like, this is sample. This is a sample. Right here. But this could be an opening to like a Burning Man set or something like that. You know, like people are high, doing their shaman bullshit.
Bro, we're not going to Burning Man without our own camper van.
I like this rhythm though. Oh, this is spiritual. It's getting very spiritual up in there.
I listened to a lot of like Cusco and what was it? Mannheim Steamroller.
I never heard of those things.
New Age stuff.
Oh yeah, New Age stuff. I'm more into Enya, Enigma, fucking those types of New Age stuff. You know, like pure European, fucking German and French. Oh, Deep Forest. Holy shit!
Deep Forest was fire, actually.
Without Deep Forest, I would not be exist. My fibers would not contain the same DNA. Like,
it calmed you down.
No. It's the best music ever made. Fucking Martha's song and Lullaby, whatever. Those songs, like. Anyway, okay, so let's continue with Rainforest. The drop is coming. What's a word for a music racist? Like a musicist? No,
A
genreist.
purist. No, just a purist.
So y'all be on board. I'm the same guy. I make dubstep and electro house and drum and bass and techno and all kinds of stuff. Let me make some orchestral metal with some world music influence. Just let me do that, okay? Let me live. This is like 2008. You weren't even born yet. Like, let me live. Don't judge. Okay, so Rain and Rainforest, that's an unfortunate title. And then we'll talk about that later too, how, there's only so many words in the vocabulary, English vocabulary, and made up one too. There's only so many combinations of letters you can do before you run out of alphabet. And Aphex Twin did that greatly by just calling shit fucking random shit. And putting numbers in between letters and underscores.
He didn't have to stress at all about the titles of his tracks.
No, I might have to get there at some point because I'm running out of words to call my stuff. And if you looked into my FL Studio project files, you would see like, is that Rain from 2014, 2024, 2007? What Rain is that? What Rain is it? Like, how many tracks have you called Rain? And when you render the track into an MP3 or WAV file, what do you call it then? Do you call it Rain? Or do you sit there and think a little bit, what does this track feel like? Does it feel like Hate Crew, Death Roll? Does it feel like Century Child? Does it feel like In the Mouth of Madness? Or does it feel like Rain? You have to figure that shit out. I'm a big fan of mono titles where it's like very like short one word titles. And in Norwegian, my wife can testify to this because she's from Poland. And in Norway, we usually take two words and combine them together. So it sounds like one word. We do that a lot. So I do that a lot too. Rainforest. I didn't even put the space between that shit. It's just rainforest. I don't even know if that's how it's spelled. I just put it in one word. Anyway, so that's my rant on naming things. Rain.
Explain banana nominations.
I don't even know why I put that there. It's just, it exists, I guess. So Valentine, I was making when I was like 21, I was making a lot of fake movies and fake video games in my head. And I was just like, I want to make a soundtrack for a video game, but no, I can't get hired. So what do? So yeah, you just make the fucking soundtrack. You just do it. Like, make it, pretend it exists. And I would make these movies. I would write like a synopsis for the movie. Like, I have an album called Mortals, which is basically the same thing. I have an album called Slasher, which is basically the same thing. I have an album called, what's that 3 video game soundtrack thing I did? What's it called again? I don't remember. It's on my...
It's on the Bandcamp.
Yeah, it's on Bandcamp. But
it's
the same thing where I pretend these games exist. It's okay.
Yes.
It's just called 3 games from Spray and Play, I think.
Spray and Play.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, so I would make Hollywood movie soundtracks for no movie. And this is Valentine. I sang with my own voice on this one. And I really like this track a lot. This is really Hans Zimmer. Steve Jablonsky, who made the Transformers soundtrack. He works on basically every modern Michael Bay movie. My favorite soundtrack from him is The Island, and Transformer, and Steam Boy. And those 3 soundtracks are some of the best movie music ever made. Big shout out to Steve Jablonsky. Fucking amazing composer who worked at Remote Control Studios with Hans Zimmer. He was like a apprentice of Hans Zimmer. Do you remember in LA when we went like, should we fucking apply for Remote Control Studios?
A couple of times.
Yeah, but I ran that back into my head and was like, do I really want to be like a guy who just sits in serum and massive for these guys? Because that's what I would be the best at right there. right? If I worked for Hans Zimmer,
but I think at the end of the day, you're gonna shine through regardless of what tools they need you to
but
do.
imagine an EDM guy like me. I released like 10 albums in 2014 or whatever, right? Not with Savant, but in general. And then I come in there and they go like, "Oh, you didn't go to Berkeley? Oh, you didn't go to this in the Princeton? You didn't study music? So what are you good at then? Oh, you do electronic music? Guess we're putting you on the programming." So I would be making the synth patches and the serum patches and Moog patches and stuff like that. And I would be able to prove myself over the time, but I wouldn't want to live in LA, work there for 4 to 6 years, and just do synth patches for Steve Jablonski, Harry Gregson Williams. Oh, he probably didn't work there at the time, but Hans Zimmer and his crew, because there's a lot of people who work underneath them doing these niche things until they prove themselves. And I would have to work there for a long time. And maybe that would have been the right way to go. I would have fulfilled my dream, but I don't know. What do you think, Josh?
So to me, it's water under the bridge at this point. And frankly, you don't know really how it would have actually turned out. Like, yeah, you've got a good.
Do you think we would have even gotten in there? Do you think I don't know if I'm good enough?
Here's my version. Yeah, you would have gotten in. Yeah, you would have done the serum patches because you would have immediately been like, "Let me make you some serum patches to make this shit easier for you." And then one day, a movie project would come in that nobody else could do, and you'd be like, "Fuck it, I got this. Give it to me. Let's go." And you would have done it. And then that would have begun a series of, more things like that. But look, this is all hypothetical because here we are on a live stream showing off your music to your fans and getting back on the road, which is actually something I've been wanting for a long time, bro. So fuck Hans Zimmer, bro.
Okay, my wife is commenting in the chat that her ears feel the need to correct you when you say Jablonski, and I don't know if he's an American, okay? So they all have a very Jablonski. Jablonski, is that Julia?
Hey, while she comes over, I got a super chat from...
How do you say Jablonski?
Do you remember Yabuko?
Yabuko? Okay, just say it to me. Jablonski?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Jablonski? That's way cooler, bro.
Oh, Lord.
Yo,
I don't know if
Jablonski.
he's Polish. He's American. He might be like a Jewish immigrant from Poland during like his grandparents immigrated during World War II or something like that. It's very common. The J, but yeah, Anyway, I'll go with the Americanized Jablonski, Steve Jablonski. Guys, if you like Savant, you also like Steve Jablonski automatically. I would make a really short list of people or bands or acts you would like if you do like me. Anyway, super chat. You were saying something. Super chat.
Yeah, so I got a super chat from Kiwi Kidoka. Hey, Alex and Josh, October 2011, early fan here.
Mhm.
But it's simply, you changed my life and you represent everything that is good in music.
Aw.
Would love to hear Wise Men, D&B maybe in the future.
Well,
I got
you can hear it right now, bro. Like here. There you go. That's it. There's nothing more. Like I half-assed that shit. It wasn't great. You gotta I make music in my sleep. I don't love any of this stuff. To me, this sounds like half-ass garbage, and you just gotta how David Lynch or somebody like that who's like so esoteric about the way they talk about their own work. I want you guys to forgive me for the way I'm talking about my work, but I'm very esoteric. Google that word if you don't know what it means, but I'm all over the place and emotionally disconnected from everything I do, and I hate myself and I hate the stuff I make, and nothing's ever good enough, and that's just a perfectionist. And I see you have a Kojima Productions or a Fox Engine logo in your thing, which makes me feel very good, by the way. Kiwi Doka. Good going. Thank you.
Yo, that half-ass garbage makes us dance. And her words agrees with that.
Yeah.
We got
Maximilian again? Is
Love
it
it.
the same Max from earlier?
Yeah.
Oh.
And I wanted to talk about this. So he says slasher was so amazing, man. Every Halloween, I use it because I live in a neighborhood with a lot of kids and stuff.
Mhm.
I put on the slasher album every year, super loud. It gives me a reason to dress up and give out candy in the cold. It's always fun. And then I got a super chat from Bright One. Thanks again, brother. If you do a CD collection, we are fucking buying it. Please offer some signed ones too. That goes without saying.
It's awesome. So the slasher thing was a really whim. Listen, we're gonna have an episode about when I lived in LA. By the way, Los Angeles, guys, like it is a cool place to go visit, but when you live there, it is the most toxic place on earth. I think it's more toxic than living in Shanghai, and breathing in the air every day.
You're talking physically toxic.
Physically, mentally,
air.
every fucking thing. People are so fucking fake, and the air you breathe is fake. And if you're not from America, and I love America, I'm an American, by the way. You could clearly, like, I'm so Americanized from childhood. Learned to speak English at the age of 3 and stuff. But America's very toxic physically too, because the food there. Like, listen, I love you, CIA. I love you guys, FBI. I love you guys, but you got to do something.
They're all fired, bro. Just keep talking.
You got to do something about the food and the health system. Anyway, so when I lived in LA, those were terrible times for me. And slasher, I did because Halloween in America is a big thing, and it was really fun for me to experience Halloween on that level. So I made an album to really represent my love for 80s slasher horror movies. I really love 80s slasher movies and that whole John Carpenter-esque sound of using a Moog synthesizer. By the way, I have a Moog in the background here, guys. I don't know if you see that. That's the sound of Sledgehammer, by the way. This is, if you guys have heard my track Sledgehammer, that is recorded live on this thing. And a lot of 80s slasher movies use the Moog and similar things to create that stuff. So slasher is a huge, impactful thing for me. I really like doing those soundtracks. Like, fuck, man, let me live. Let me make those soundtracks. What's it such a big deal? Can I just live? Okay, can I just play this fucking Valentine track? So I didn't know who fucking, like, listen, Virtual Right was like 8 years old when I made this track. So he was like fucking not around. But Valentine to me was like this like sniper guy. It was like an Asperger. It was like Leon the Professional, the movie from the 90s with Natalie Portman and the French guy. And the Luc Besson movie. And this was like, oh shit, is my camera dying again? I don't hope so. I hope it's not. Anyway, so it's like a sniper that had autism. And he was like the sniper. You get what I'm saying? Like he was this like sharpshooter numero uno. And that was like the movie. It was about that fucking sniping cartel, whatever, Colombian cartel shit. And this was the theme song for that. Oh, I'm so sorry. Again, Steve Jablonsky inspired stuff, little Hans Zimmer. Again, sorry for tracing off so many times here, but Steve Jablonsky and Hans Zimmer is a little bit like... So Hans Zimmer was like the original... So he had his golden years between Rain Man and Gladiator, basically. Crimson Tide, The Rock, and Gladiator and The Last Samurai, to mention a few. And he was the like originator of bringing cheese and pop sensibilities into Hollywood soundtracks. And when he started working with Nolan on the Dark Knight series, he just went like, you know what, I'm done with this like cheese. And he started getting experimental. And if you guys can see the analogy there with Skrillex and Hans Zimmer being like this poster boy for Hollywood music, making it commercial, making it listenable. And then when other people are imitating him so much, he just strays off into experimental land. And nobody, get what I'm saying, Josh?
Yeah, that response is pretty natural. Like,
when you're a poster boy.
Response.
Yeah, it's a rebellious response, but you're a poster boy
Hey,
for something.
Two things, boss.
Yeah.
You're off center on the camera.
I know. I'm so sorry.
And then I got a quick super chat.
Okay.
From Black.
Okay.
Hi, hope this isn't too personal.
Mm-hmm.
But do you have synesthesia? Your music has a lot of texture and color.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, I have synesthesia, and it is such a weird experience to have synesthesia. For those people who don't know what synesthesia is a thing where your brain's neurology is connected really different and weird, and maybe not always so positive. For some people with autism, savantism, and Asperger's, and whatever is on the wavelength, for some people it's like you smell colors, or you see sounds, or you hear visuals, or you see whatever. It's like one sense, it's like connected to another sense, and they're kind of cross-wired a little bit. And to me, I see it as a very kind of like almost illogical way of looking at the brain. I think it's a little bit more about pattern recognition. I think you see, like, when you get good at recognizing patterns, you start translating patterns into other types of patterns. Like, I see music so clearly that I can understand how to translate that to football, or to movies, or to math, or to something else, where I can explain how music works, the terms of music, rhythm, melody, interpolation, transposition, key signatures, styles, genres, rhythmical patterns. All these things can be translated to another thing, and that's what the brain does, and that's what synesthesia is. So,
I just saw a comment in the chat that kind of mirrors kind of what I feel.
Yeah.
About like your music, in that it connects at a different level because of this. Even your so-called garbage, right? Like it's still communicating a little bit more purely.
Yeah.
So
I gotta apologize and clarify this. Like, listen, I'm full of hyperbole. It should be a viewer discretion advice on the beginning of my show, or whenever I post something, that I'm so full of hyperbole, and Josh would know this better than anybody, that I'm hyperbole king. I exaggerate. Every word that comes out of my mouth is exaggerated, and it's for effect. I grew up as a loser, a nerd, a clown, and I had to do crazy shit to get attention. And I did everything I could to stand out amongst others. And in Norway, specifically Norway, we have something called janteloven, the law of the jant, with I think it's a Danish thing, actually. And the Danish people in the chat can confirm this with me. But janteloven means you're not supposed to brag. You're not supposed to stand up and say you're proud. You're not supposed to... And it's a poem. It's a poem. It's a creative interpolation of bragging and being egotistical and self-centered. And it became a social norm. Just like in Japan, Norway has this social norm of sit the fuck down, don't be special, stop bragging, you're not better than anybody else. And I'm from Norway, and I grew up with this mentality of you're not better than anybody else. Shut the fuck up, sit down. And, when I lived in LA and I sat in an Uber and they asked me, so what do you do for a living, huh? And I was like, I'm a musician. And they're like, oh, really? Have I heard of you before? Nah, but I'm pretty good off. Like, I made it, And then they would be asking me questions like, fuck, man, I'm so inspired by you. Like, you made it. I'm driving Uber. Explain to me, like, how that process worked for you. And in Norway, if you say something to a taxi driver in Norway, like they ask you, "Oh, so what do you do for a living?" I'm a musician. I'm pretty successful. They'll be like, "Oh, my cousin makes music too." And the end of the conversation. My nephew's a rapper on SoundCloud. He has 10 followers. That's Norway. I had to get popular outside of Norway for Norway to give a shit about me. My own country fucking hated my guts until people outside of my country cared about me. Then they were like, "Oh, you want to be on national TV? You want to be on radio, bruh?" Then they came crawling because Norway has no culture. It has nothing on its own. Every fucking thing I grew up with was a copy of something Swedish or something Danish. Every fucking Christmas calendar, movie, fucking TV show, everything that we thought was so Norwegian was a copy of something Danish or something Swedish. And we never have anything on our own. So that's what I grew up with. So that's why I'm so self-loathing and self-hating, and everything sucks to me. People don't look at each other or talk at each other in Norway. If you meet a stranger on the street, you shut the fuck up and look the other way. If you sit on the bus, you choose the seat that's the furthest away from anybody else. You mind your own business. You don't say hello to people. You don't ask personal questions. You don't say, "How are you?" "Hi, how are you?" In Norway, we just say, "Hi." We don't care.
Done.
We don't care how you feel. If you say, "I'm good," well, I didn't ask for that information. Shut the fuck up. So I'm a little
Stockbroker.
yeah, I'm a little bit traumatized by growing up in Norway, and also like being so outwardly an American in my spirit, where I'm like, I want to grow, I want to be big, I want to do stuff, I want to be loud and proud, but you can't, unfortunately, where I grow up. Anyway, so Valentine was this like Steve Jablonsky type track, which is, like I said, like an analogy to Steve Jablonsky and Hans Zimmer. Hans Zimmer, I think, really popularized that. In classical language, that's called an ostinato. But in metal or guitar language, it would be called a riff. And in electronic music, it would be called a loop. See, that's basically synesthesia a little bit there. Like you're connecting other information to another information to translate between informations to create a full image of something. But ostinato, loop, and I think The Dark Knight and those movies he did really hammered that that sort of stuff. Anyway, huge fan of remote control studios, which is Hans Zimmer's Click. Cloud Badelt, which made the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie, and Steve Jablonsky, Harry Gregson Williams from Metal Gear Solid fame, and Enemy of the State, fucking The Rock, I think, fucking tons of Replacement Killers, all those guys, fucking, they all crowded around this Skrillex of cinematic music. Okay, so
This truly some cinematic music.
yeah,
Hold
that's
on.
I got any
I got a
post.
super chat in here
Okay.
from Wari Matraz. Greetings. Did you hear modern beatbox like Rogue Wave or D/Low? Please give a try. You'll love it.
So
Peace.
beatbox meaning mouth beatboxing, right? I assume. I do.
Modern beatbox.
Yeah, modern beatbox like Rogue Wave. So there's a group I follow on Instagram, something twins. They're like a twin couple from, I don't know, somewhere in Europe, I feel. And they're like blonde, and they make the most amazing EDM beatbox type shit. No, not Aphex Twins. Jesus Christ. Are they Russian? What are they called? They're called something twins. Uh, you guys know? Does somebody in the chat knows? Mad Twins. I think it's Mad Twins. I think that's right. And I like those are one of my favorite. I don't know if they're not super technically the best in the world, but the creativity that they have with their stuff is super fun because they focus on EDM more than most breakbeat beatboxers do the breakbeat, dubstep, drum and bass. You know, and these guys do the more like type of stuff. Mad Twins, yeah. So okay, your music has been the soundtrack of my life for 10 years plus, through Vario, through Oracle, through Protos, Vibes, Void, Krang, and now Hex. The journey has been wonderful. Excited to hear Hex 3 and beyond.
Antonio.
Okay, so Antonio, thank you so much. I appreciate your $10. I really appreciate it. And yeah, they're Russians, not that creative compared to some I don't know. Listen, I'll check out other stuff. Listen, I'm not a huge.
Bro, Russia has put out some of the most amazing musicians on the fucking planet Earth through history.
Oh, dude, my wife is Polish. You better calm the fuck down with that language, okay? Listen, lordy lord, calm down. With the Russian rhetoric, okay?
With the Russian love, I can't.
Yeah.
Love Russia.
Listen, I've been to Russia. I've played huge gigs
like the
there.
Tchaikovsky?
I think she enjoys the poetry and writing and music from there, but listen, they occupied Poland for like 4 decades, bro. Like her parents and her grandparents are traumatized for life. So I don't like it's not really a joke that what Poland went through because of Russia. Germany and Russia, of course. Germany and Russia, really. Nazi Germany and also communist Russia. I'm so sorry. But everybody from Russia, I'm super sorry. Everybody from Germany, I'm super sorry for not clarifying Nazi Germany and communist Russia fucked Poland so hard that, I just want to clarify that.
Well, I mean, you're talking about historical events.
But
we're not historians here.
I know, I understand, but I'm not gonna be sitting here saying that
high school, not history.
I cannot, as a fact, sit here and say that Russia is awesome, even though maybe they have some great philosophers and classical composers. I have to leave it at that. But like I said, my wife's Polish. I'm gonna respect that. Polka.
Polka's dope.
Polka is a word for a female Polish person, by the way.
Let's do some polka core, bro.
Yeah. I got a heavy introduction into Polish when I met my wife, and I learned what to say and what not to say, and this is one of those things.
Good man.
Yeah. And we'll have a stream maybe someday with my wife too, or we can talk about the culture differences and stuff, because I feel like the most things people know about Poland is the World War II stuff and Auschwitz and the Hitler invading Poland and the Russians taking over Poland. But there are a lot of cultural things about Poland that are interesting beyond that we don't know about, because we just watch The Pianist and fucking the Steven Spielberg movie Schindler's List and shit like that, and we just like make up our picture about what Poland is. And I've been there, and it's a very different thing than what I imagined it being after watching all these World War II movies, like.
That was your frame. If World War II movies was the frame of reference,
it's all I had.
I understand why you were so culture shocked.
It's all I was culture shocked. But to you, Josh, you're a Puerto Rican you're Puerto Rican that grew up in Rochester, New York, and then later Chicago. So you're Chicagian or Chicago
I'm whatever
night.
I need to be.
But what is it called? Chicago night or Chicagian?
Chicagoan.
Okay, so to you, when there's a lot of Polish people in Chicago.
A lot.
With Inski and Uski and like
two of my favorite business partners are Polish.
Okay, there you go.
Well, one of them is, the other one's Greek, actually.
Okay, there you go. But my point is like, what do you think Poland is? Like in your head as a Puerto Rican living in Chicago, what's your vision of Poland?
It's
Is
like
it
you
World
said,
War
it's hard
II?
to have.
Is it World
It's
War
World
II?
War II references.
Yeah.
Like that's what it is. It's fucking Russia versus Poland. It's like it's the Blitzkrieg. It's like all these fucking crazy things that happened that we were taught growing up, and that's it. And then have we been? We haven't been. We haven't toured there, have we?
In
Did we do
Poland?
Warsaw.
No. We never been to Poland because Poland doesn't like
Yeah.
my shit.
Yo, Polish fans, where you at?
So there, I can't say this because of NDA or they're friends of mine, and I don't want to ruin their secret identity. But I know some EDM artists from Poland. Don't say shit, Josh. Keep your mouth
Not
shut.
saying nothing,
Yeah,
dude.
but there are some famous EDM artists from Poland that nobody knows where are from. I'm not gonna say who that is, but they're from Poland and they're making it work. But I don't know if Poland is a huge scene for I don't really know. I've never been booked there. So anyway,
Look, I think this
sorry.
real quick before you get started there. The suggestion from the chat is you need to make a song called "Never Been to Poland," but this isn't actually true.
I have been to Poland.
been.
I've been to Poland. I had a wedding in Poland, bro. Like
We
I had a
haven't
wedding.
toured. We have not toured. In Poland.
Yeah, whatever, bro. Like I had a wedding in Poland. What the F are you talking about? I had 3 weddings. I had one in Norway, I had one in Poland, and one technical wedding where I signed a contract and had witnesses at the courthouse. But we had one party in Norway and one in Poland. I had such a huge Polish party. I got so drunk, my wife slapped my ass. Like I drank something called Bimber, which is like Polish moonshine, and all her uncles fucking got me so drunk at our wedding in Poland that I was too drunk to cut the cake. I was passing out and puking before we cut the cake.
You hadn't even cut the cake.
No.
bro?
And guess what, motherfucker? We had my wife's my mother-in-law insisted on having a DJ for our wedding, which I strongly opposed. I hate DJs, and I didn't want any DJ at my wedding. I wanted classy, low background music.
A quartet.
Yeah,
A quartet.
that sort of shit. YouTube, whatever. But she had a DJ come there with the saxophonist.
That's weird.
I know.
But
And
cool.
apparently that's a thing. In Poland, saxophone, accordion, these types of instruments are very common in a Polish wedding. And you know what? I told the guy, he didn't speak a lick of English, so I had a translator. I think it was my wife. And I was like, can you at least play Careless Whisper for our dance? Careless Whisper. Na 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 na
Some good
na
old George Michael.
na 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 da 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 da. And
On
they,
the saxophone.
yeah, he
Nice.
didn't. He's never heard the song before.
What?
He's never fucking
How do you
heard.
own a saxophone and you have heard Careless Whisper? Like that's weird.
I know. So I was having a terrible time at my own wedding in Poland because this saxophonist had never heard of Careless Whisper and George Michael before. So I was just traumatized by the fact that he didn't know how to play the song. And it was such a strange ordeal. But anyway, enough about Poland. I love my wife in Poland. Let's just get back into it. Okay, so by the way, Winter in Hollywood, like with Savant and everything, people think it's your first impressions color your first impression, and that's what you think they things are. But Winter in Hollywood started as a very dark project and then turned into overtime. So Winter in Hollywood started as industrial, dark breakbeats, techno, and then it evolved into 80s pop music. So the reason that is because in the mid 2000s, 2005 to 2010, you had people like Justice, a British, like a really amazing French touch group, if you will call it that, very inspired by Daft Punk. And then you had people after them called, this is one of my favorite French groups, Français. La France groups of all time, which is Danger. Danger is one of my favorite groups ever, and he is amazing. His aesthetics alone is worth more than 1,000 horses. And him, Daft Punk. Okay, so I love Justice, but Danger's aesthetics is way stronger than Justice. If you look at Danger's MySpace page, that shit was better than any artwork from any person ever in the history of time. Danger was such a big artistic person that he surpassed the future social media. And he's not appreciated at all. I reached out to him. I don't think he gives a shit about my music or anything I've ever made, because I make very esoteric music. But he was very artistically on point, like most French big mainstream artists. They're on point aesthetically and on style. And I think I was too all over the place. I didn't know who I am, which I don't know still. I don't know who I am. I make everything and all the time. I'm like a bad encyclopedia of music, of EDM. But Danger is one of the best things that ever happened to me musically. And Winter in Hollywood started with this like fuck everything type shit. But then I found Danger, and then I started listening to more bands from France or inspired by France, German artists that had this like 80s retro wave vibe, which turned into Winter in Hollywood over time. So Negative is one of the best songs I've ever made before. That's a long prelude. But Negative is one of the best songs I've ever made. So let's listen to Negative, okay? Needed to get some surge.
Got some super chats to catch up with.
That's awesome. I just wanted to show you guys a little bit of Negative because it is some of the, like, it's one of the most fundamental songs. I can seem so narcissistic and self-hating at the same time. It's really awkward. Like, I really appreciate the accomplishments I've done, but at the same time, I'm so self-loathing. At the same time, do you know what I'm saying, Josh? Like,
I do, and I love this part of the stream where you start getting like super self-conscious.
It's when I listen when I listen to my music long enough, I definitely get like, like,
hey, let's
self-conscious. Super chat.
Let's dig into that memory jar. So I got a super chat from BGags23. Saw you with Infected Mushroom at the Best Buy Theater in Times Square on New Year's Eve, like a decade ago.
That was a great show. Do you remember when
amazing
the
memory?
Do you remember when the streets were shut down and we had to have like a written document from the governor of New York to be able to pass through the
we had like a
police?
pass. We had like a pass, and that's super important. And we
Wow.
got through all the barriers with
That was such a big
Carrying a bunch of
moment.
shit.
That was such a big moment.
BGAG says also countless Philly shows. I got to roll you a joint, so we've met.
Oh.
Huge fan forever. Much love, bro. Like, look, Philly was some of the most hardcore fan base. I mean, we went back there like too many times, to be honest. And then, but that New York Times show was crazy because remember, you fucking went blue screen when we were setting up.
Yeah.
Like right when we had gone live.
Mm.
And I don't remember which of the brothers pulled me in the back. Is like, you need to fucking make sure, like, get him on the decks. Like, what is he on this fucking computer for?
So
and that was like, I got chewed out.
So let's
right before.
So people, please don't like listen. The reason Josh is here is he's not like a background character. He is here because I don't remember the last 15 years of my life is gone because I did drugs, because I have personality issues. So I did a lot of drugs. That transferred somehow awkwardly over to Josh. So now he's doing a little bit of smoky pokey.
I've smoked since forever. When you met
I know. But you weren't smoking weed like when I met you. You were like straight as an arrow, bro. You were corporate America. And then when we toured together and I showed you my personality, you got like, oh my God, this guy's fucking off the charts. I want to smoke again. And then you started smoking it. And when we broke up after LA, you became a plantician. Like, that sounded weird as fuck, but you became a plant. You became a bonsai weed plant guy. We smoked so much weed together, and I feel like I ruined your life because of weed. Because weed is
my God,
weed is amazing in small amounts, but as a daily thing, it's dangerous.
Look, as opposed to you and your upbringing, like, I actually think that I have lived a marvelous life. Like, incredible life.
But listen, my dad was an alcoholic and a drug abuser, and he was a terrible person, and I don't want to become like him.
Bro, there's no chance. And I used to have that fear myself from my own dad, who's similar background. We connected.
Yeah, who's your dad? But who's your dad?
He was, like your dad, an alcoholic, coke fiend. He used to beat the shit out of us, bro.
Yeah, my dad almost killed us, dude. Me and my mom, he almost killed us with a knife.
Would you lay a hand on your child?
Never.
Even in your biggest frustration, right? Like,
never,
like they just run in and
ever.
you're mid writing a song and like, God damn it, these kids suck. You wouldn't touch them.
Never,
like,
ever.
It was a different time.
Never, ever.
Now that I'm 50, right, now that we've been through quite a lot, I really think that fear you have of becoming your father, you can put it aside because it's impossible, bro. Like, you've achieved so much and you have a lot of work to do. Number one, this kid your kid is like small. There's a lot of fucking progress bar to fill up there. Okay. So we're going to look at and share our histories. I'm cool with that.
I'm just saying weed is part of me coping with life, because when I was like,
did you smoke too much weed?
Yeah.
Probably.
I smoked so much weed, I got personality disorders.
Did you ruin my life because of weed?
Yes, I did.
No, bro.
Yes.
Like, no, you
shut the F up, dude. I ruined your fucking life, dude.
My life is amazing.
No, it wasn't.
I have an adult child.
Yeah.
Is 15. My wife is
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I ruined your life. You were an apostle of Savant and me when we met. You were like, this guy, because you fucked up with Joel. You had Deadmau5. You fucked up with him. And listen,
This
listen,
needs to be another episode.
listen. You fucked up with him, and when you met me, you had this second wind where you felt like, shit, I keep meeting these geniuses, which fucking are amazing at what they do, and they're once in a lifetime artists. Why do I keep meeting them? Is it because I went to priest school? Is it because it's not because I wanted to become a priest and I believe in Jesus. And I think that these things are like written in history that I'm supposed to be this like supporter of this person. And when we met, you were such an on-board person. And over time, I ruined your spirit by saying no to everything you ever suggested. And when we lived in LA,
Not everything, but
so I moved to LA from Norway, which is a huge thing. You moved from Chicago to LA, which is also a pretty big thing. It was super expensive.
Massive.
And I wasn't making any money because I was like, fuck everything. I was doing drugs. I didn't give a shit about anything. And then suddenly we started falling out of love, you and me. And it was part of this phase of me being so peculiar about what I needed to do to become the biggest thing I could be. And I was having panic attacks. I was going to hypnotists and therapists and the doctor every week.
I drove so many times to your place at like 2, 3 in the morning because you were going through some shit. That was a period of time, very long period of time.
Yeah. But I'm not saying like, listen, your
But,
wife,
like, Alex,
you dragged your wife through all of the shit, your kids through all this shit.
Oh, it was so terrible to drag my family to beautiful California where they got to fucking go to all the beaches, hike all the trails, fucking like be exposed to international culture in a different way than Chicago. Like, look, have I accomplished everything that I wanted to do with like my music career? I've let, just like you, a lot of opportunities go. And then my resilience on that side, we'll go through stuff. I went through a lot, but
Yeah,
I could
but
have stuck through. I could have been a little bit more grounded. But at the time, like, look, things add up because like the pandemic, I was managing Wales. I was managing.
listen, the pandemic, you and I went, by the way, everybody, when the pandemic hit in 2020, me and Josh, we were basically through. We didn't have any communication for at least like 3 years.
Everything was gone.
No. Listen,
Everything was gone.
it wasn't because of the pandemic or gone. It was you were tired of my fucking ass.
No. I was also tired of everybody else's fucking ass. Like
No.
I had broken ribs, feet. I've been called out for just helping motherfuckers, huge niggas, bro. Like, and I was tired, and my mom was sick, and the pandemic, and you know what? It was kind of time, right? You were making video games. I needed a break, and here we are again, right? There was nothing ruined. No chances were left on the table.
I think it's
We just did what we had to do. We did what we ended up doing.
I understand, but I think it's wrong for the public record to say that I didn't at some level ruin your life.
No, bro.
No.
I traveled the whole fucking world.
I know, but I broke.
I learned patience at a level that's pretty incredible. Like I am a very patient human being, more so because of our experience. Because anybody that's actually knows me and dealt with me knows that like when you cross the line with me, I will fucking tell you what I have to think.
I understand.
We've been through this.
Yeah,
right?
but listen,
But like,
can I try to tell you something? Like, I think that, yeah, I know. But I think that what happened is that, listen, I'm very like, because of my autism, I have a tendency to be extremely narcissistic, right? That's a problem with autism. Is think that your experience is
your autism.
Yeah, my autism is super special and my experience in life is super special. And therefore, I override everybody all the time. That's part of the autistic experience, is to like override everyone around me constantly, because in some shape or form, and this is confirmed by all my autistic friends, that autistic people think that they're objective. Can you tell me that I didn't come off to you as objective in a narcissistic way? Like where I thought that, Josh, this is the way it is. Did I never do that to you?
Like you are basically the boss, right?
That's
and
not what I'm
talking. Says I'm not going on.
I
tour
understand.
Anymore.
I understand.
I don't give a fuck what happens.
But I understand what you're talking about with the business relationship we had. But with the personal relationship you and I had, was that you thought that I was onto something, and I thought that you were the one to carry me through the fire, right? That was basically our relationship. It's like a sort of transactional relationship where, because you went to priest school and you're a Puerto Rican Catholic, and you had this like vision of the Neo from the Matrix and the singularity. You believe that there was this one person to really fight the system as we know it. And you saw me doing these things that were so extraordinary, and you chose to follow and help me with these things. And I was so clueless to all these things that you thought were so mundane, which is a perfect fit, right? Like all the things that I thought was challenging was the stuff that you were like, bro, like shit, bro. Phone bill? Are you crazy? Like those things are difficult to you? And you
Water
were
bill?
you were like so fucking flabbergasted by the things that challenged me as a person, that you thought that was almost like borderline funny. But when we lived in LA, it started getting to my head, this whole like journey. And it was coming to an end at some point where I thought that I needed to end up here, and you were trying to help me end up there, but we sort of like didn't see eye to eye. And then basically you and your wife moved to California and wasted your time on a guy who was going in debt and doing drugs and fucking up. That's what I mean when I said ruin your life. That's what I mean. Like you bet everything on Alex, and Alex was a narcissistic douchebag that kind of stabbed you in the back.
But I've also bet everything on a mobile game company, and I also
that
bet
was
everything
years
on,
before you met me.
When your stuff started to take off, I had a startup called Walkby that was doing pretty good, right?
Oh, I don't even remember that. What was that?
I mean, it was a mobile app where if you took a picture of somebody else's like shirt or pants or their bag or whatever, it would send it to local businesses, and they would send back stuff that they have that would match if they had the same thing.
Oh shit!
You could buy it right on the phone. This was like fucking way before all the big mobile commerce stuff, and the only reason I stopped doing that there was because the team, the investors, because I was working at a VC at the time, the main guy went to go be the CEO of another investment that they had. And then all of that whole thing kind of broke down. And I'm like, fuck,
okay,
what do I do now? Right? I need to figure out some other stuff. You were just starting to take off. And I'm like, I had that out. And this is, at that moment, I decided, I'm going to stop doing technology. And I was still a consultant for a while. You remember I was doing like pitches and shit like while we were touring in the beginning. But to look at it as ruin my life, bro, like that's just not the history that
I know. I understand. But my point is just hyperbole again. Like Alex is full hyperbole. Sure. Like I feel like I strung you along onto this journey of like, I'm gonna fulfill your prophecy of like this chosen one.
That's a grown ass man who made his own fucking decisions, my guy.
Yeah.
Hey, and it was also my decision to shut down Section Z Records, which to me, I would consider that one of the biggest mistakes I've ever made. Among many, right? But this is just life.
I understand, but
right?
I don't think you understand how strong that LA experience was for me. Like it was the worst experience of my whole life is to live in Los Angeles. I lived in Hollywood and then I lived in Burbank for like 3 years after, or 4 years even, and it was like some of the worst times of my whole life. I did the most Xanax and different types of drugs, tequila, all kinds of shit to try to numb the pain of nobody in America, or sorry, in Hollywood wants to be your friend, and no matter what you do, people are not impressed. And it was just like the most disgusting period of my whole life, you know? So I dragged you into living into LA because I thought we were gonna make it from music into movies and to games, and none of it worked. I had so much pipe dreams. I smoked so much weed and did so much drugs. I thought everything I did was gonna be amazing, and none of it was good.
We left over $500,000 on the table with a tour.
Yeah.
But that was put together by the same
You
guy
know,
who's representing Deadmau5 today.
Yeah, Deadmau5 and Anima, which is even bigger.
Yeah.
Like
that's the caliber artist you
so
are. That's
so
all I have to
the
fucking say.
guy who made his money's worth in touring agencies today, who's representing Anima, which is one of my favorite artists today. He was my original booking agent who made me. Like in touring, like he moved from APA in LA to CAA today, and he's now representing Anima and of course Deadmau5 and stuff like that. When we reached out to him, we tried to reach out to him, and they'll be like, "Oh, Alex misses you and wants to do something again." He basically told us that, come to my level, and so we're working on that. But anyway, so we had a long emotion.
Nothing wrong with that.
No, nothing wrong with that. He's just being professional, which is what we took advantage of when he was working with us. Anyway, so back to 2008.
Music.
Yeah, music, 2008. That was a long digression about LA, which we should have an entire conversation about. But anyway, this is the start of Winter in Hollywood as it is going to be for a few years, with inspirations further than Justice and into Danger, the artist Danger from France. I think it's beyond those. This isn't even Danger. This is just dark. So let's listen. Oh, what happened?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Oh, it's because I turned the volume down. Sorry. Here we go. Yes, this is on the Waffle Mix, I think.
Yes, that's where I've heard it.
Yeah, it's also on a mixtape I released as a zip file back in 2009 or whatever. So this is lost in the waves of time. But definitely...
Yeah, if it was on SoundCloud, it's gone.
Yeah. This is when I started using Moog synthesizers a lot more, and it sounds... I really like this song. It's very dirty. It's very cool.
I gotta catch up to a couple super chats real quick.
Yeah, super chat. What's going on?
I got one from the big man Danny Sosa. Big ups to you, Alex, going on tour again, giving fan service with the stream. As for Z, hope the business in Chicago is going well. That it's Savant, VIH, etc. Since fall 2012, you've been a huge music production influence too.
Danny Sosa, as in
Danny Sosa, the guy who chased us at the what the fuck was that? The Fries in LA.
really?
Because we were we broadcasted where we were, so homie showed up.
Is it the Danny Sosa?
And then he in his car.
Is it Danny? Is it Danny?
It's as Danny.
Oh my god! What the fuck are you on the stream, bro? Like you hate
that's-
my
that's
ass. Like
more-
Danny
more,
hates me. Like
Danny loves you too much.
I don't know,
a fine
man.
line between hate and love too much.
it's like fucking 90th Thriller type shit. Like Danny is on the edge of like. Didn't we call his?
No, I called him though. I think we talked like we were. I want to save that.
Okay.
Look, homeboy don't need no pass drug up. But look, Calypso, asking any more plans to collab with Twistex in the future. The chat was asking about Twistex.
I know Twistex is my friend Andre, and Andre is one of my best friends. He is, I don't know. He just like me. He had a different trajectory in life where he found his he had, like a partner, like a girlfriend and a wife. And then a kid, and then life got really difficult, just like with me too. And then life got really real. And then he found out, because you need to provide for your family when you have a kid and a wife. And he still makes music, I think. We talk once in a while. We talked a month ago. And things are good with him. But sometimes, things are a little different for people. Twistex was a fun project, and he still does it. But I think he kind of lost hope in the commercial aspect of things, and just makes music for more fun nowadays. I think. But anyway, okay, we're getting back to Winter in Hollywood. So Negative was one of the first Winter in Hollywood songs. So we talked about Daft Punk, we talked about Justice, we talked about Danger. There's also another group called Valerie and Outrunners, which are more MySpace type groups. And Valerie, they were huge inspirations to me. And of course, Daft Punk and Justice. So Miss Someone, all these songs are on mixtapes and stuff, but let's listen to this real quick. This might be on YouTube. Oh yes, Sebastian is a huge influence on me.
Fire.
Range, Touch in general. I'm super sorry that I forgot to mention Mr. Oiseau and Sebastian, and basically every artist on the Ed Banger label.
I've submitted to Ed Banger a few times.
Yeah, we're never going to be cool enough for Ed Banger.
As management, this would be like a dream for me to get you on Ed Banger.
Yeah. So I need a little washing closet break. I'll be right back, okay?
You said going to the bathroom? Yeah, way more Alex vocals. To me, if I'd say, there would not be a track that comes out from him that doesn't have vocals. But that's ridiculous. If you love the vocal era of the past one, you're about to get served. lyrics without words. Those songs, that's what really makes it very rare a track that's instrumental that, like, you know, permeates. Happens, but it's stupid, right? You know, for the record, Alex did not ruin my life. He's been an amazing part of my life.
Yeah. Okay. Let's get back to it. Sorry, I need to go to the bathroom. So, Winter in Hollywood was very vocal. It was either really nasty, like a Moog 707, Roland 707 distortion affair, or it was emotional and vocal. Those two were the two things I had to go between. That is.
I'd love to hear some of these vocal tracks kind of brought back in some, like, you know, tech house or trancey type stuff, bro. Because it's just such good songs, you know.
This is me finding my voice, you know, as a songwriter, and repeating a lot of the same words over and over. It's not very fancy, you know. But I think a lot of the early Winter in Hollywood stuff was so repetitive. It was trying to find out if, can I say the same words for 3 minutes and it still be a good song, you know? Because a lot of Daft Punk songs was very repetitive. Like the Discovery album and stuff like that was extremely repetitive. So I was just trying to find out if, am I allowed to do those things too or not?
Of course.
Yeah. So this drum machine on this track is 808. Yeah. 808 and Fender Rhodes, I think. Yeah. A lot of 70s, 80s synthesizers and stuff. I've said this 100 times before when I've been interviewed. If you want to sound like Daft Punk, don't try to imitate Daft Punk, but imitate the stuff they like. Like, that was the whole thing of Winter in Hollywood, is don't imitate Daft Punk directly. Imitate the stuff that they grew up with. Also, let's get away from the Winter in Hollywood a little bit and go back into Alex trying to be super producer, pop producer for Britney Spears. Because Britney Spears and Backstreet Boys made a huge impact on me when I grew up. So I really wanted to be Max Martin and Timbaland and those guys, right? So this is me trying to get into that sort of thing, because believe it or not, Norway is a very small country. It has less than 5 million people. So when a pop artist breaks through here, they're definitely gonna reach out to Alex and ask for a production. And yeah. This is where it starts, okay? So Dirty Girl. I guess it's a little bit more Neptune's Pharrell mixed with Blaze. What's it called again? Blaze something Blaze. From New York. Fuck. I forgot. Okay. And then we got more pop production, but this is me more trying to do like. You remember when we were in LA and Maroon 5 reached out, or the producer or manager of Maroon 5?
I love that you call it Moron 5.
Maroon 5.
This is why we didn't do it.
Yeah, Maroon 5. Because I did some tracks that were in that vein, and we had a contact in some publishing or whatever that wanted to connect us. But anyway, so this is me doing more of pop rock. So there's some British. What?
Chip sounds are there to make sure that like nobody, rips the track off.
Yeah,
without the
crunchy, chili nuts. It's chili nuts, but so this is very inspired by Coldplay and specifically a band called Keane from England around this time. Keane had a bunch of major hits. That's a huge band, and I made a remake of this in 2014. Which sounds like this, very similar. Crunchy nuts.
Crunchy nuts makes it.
Avicii featuring Coldplay, huh?
That would work really well.
I know what to know. I know what I feel. And I never know. Yeah, there's definitely something cheesy about that melody. That's very Coldplay, Avicii-esque.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, so let's just get done with 2008 real quick.
I have to leave you.
We're gonna need a part
I
4,
have
bro.
to go.
No, we're getting through this.
Episode ever.
I don't love you anymore. I have to leave you. I have to go now. I don't love you anymore. I have to leave you. I have to go now. I don't love you anymore.
Side shaving was already pretty common back then.
Yeah.
Am I wrong about that?
So,
Yeah.
so basically, Satisfaction by Benny Benassi made that very mainstream. And everybody tried to figure out their version of doing that. And at some point, I found different versions of making sidechaining, where the kick is basically making everything else boom, 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 making everything else duck down when the kick hits. And I think I used compressors in the beginning because that's what Daft Punk did. But after a while, I'd realized that, using FL Studio automation and stuff was the best way to do it. Okay, so this is a very special time in the evolution of Savant or me or whatever, where we're starting to dip into the early days of really. This is on Protos, and this is on Protos. So 2 tracks from Protos right there, coming up real quick. So let's just get through that 2008 shit real quick. So this is Spaceship, the first version of Spaceship ever, and there's probably like 4 or 5 versions of this before it came out on Protos. Protos, so Protos came out in 2014 because I was tired of dubstep and electronic music, or EDM. And I wanted to get back to my roots of making 80s cheese, because that's what I really wanted to make. And we'll have an episode about Winter in Hollywood and why that didn't work out and stuff like that. No, I wouldn't use Nicky Romero's Sidechain plugin. What the hell? Like, why? Why would I do something Nicky Romero? It's
because he used that Guy Fawkes mask for a little bit, didn't he?
Oh my lordy
You
lord!
remember that?
Yeah, I did, and it was super depressing.
It was because we didn't, like, by the way, we didn't know each other. We never crossed paths. We never said hello. There was never collabs or nothing like that. And then one day, homie shows up wearing a fucking Guy Fawkes mask.
Yeah. So your boy is Monsieur Guy Fawkes right here. So the reason I wore the Guy Fawkes mask, because when I was younger,
Let him cook. Let him cook.
this motherfucker looked exactly like Guy Fawkes, like the mask. Like, I looked like the mask when I was 22, 23. That's why I used the mask. I didn't try to hide my face. I didn't try to be obscure. I was doing it because that fucking mask looked just like me. So I was doing the mask because it looked like me. And then Nicky Romero did the mask because he was trying to be fucking anti-pop culture, which he clearly wasn't. I love his music. He's an amazing producer, just like everyone that is cheesy and, you know, doing their thing to make their living. Nicky Romero or Hardwell or Avicii or anybody from 2014 that was making Nexus music, you know.
Nexus plugin music.
Nexus
Patch music.
Yeah. So him wearing the mask live was just like awkward to me, because what the fuck does he have to do with, like, he made a track called Toulouse. He's a guy from he's from Holland, from Netherlands, and he's making a track called Toulouse, which is a city south in France. What's that got to do with Guy Fawkes? Guy Fawkes is a British guy who rebelled against society. I just don't get it. I've been anti-culture my whole life, and just trying to live up to Guy Fawkes' words of anti-government oppression. Anyway, so the reason I was wearing the Guy Fawkes mask was because, yes, I did look like the asshole, but also I was very anti-Illuminati at the time. I think it's
And now
because...
you got a spaceship.
Yeah, now I got a spaceship. So let's listen to our spaceship, okay, real quick. This is the first spaceship, by the way. Stop it! Somebody just mentioned the thing I was trying to say earlier. I need to make it out, point it out. Just Blaze, Alchemist premiere. Okay, yes, but Just Blaze was the person I was trying to mention earlier. Thank you so much for pointing that out. So that's a guitar. By the way, that melody is a guitar, electronic guitar through a guitar cabinet system, and then the vocoder, where I sing over here, and then the lead solo. That's a guitar solo. And then in a vocoder, you put one signal in there and what the vocals in there. And then basically it takes the frequencies from the guitar solo or synthesizer or whatever. California knows how to party, you know, whatever. Or harder, better, faster, stronger, whatever. And then it takes it's called a carrier, and oh my god, I'm too old. A carrier and piece of shit.
Yeah, man.
Source. I think it's
live.
source, carrier and source, where basically one gets affected by the other, and that's a vocoder or talk box or whatever the F. And that's how the spaceship was made originally. And that's what this sounds like.
I think I saw that talk box when I visited your studio in North.
I have a talk box and I never ever used it. I bought a fucking talk box and I never ever used it ever in my whole life. It was a huge waste of money. Why the hell would you want to buy a talk box? You just do it digitally anyway. It doesn't matter. I clicked something because I'm an idiot. I clicked something. Oh my god.
Well, we have been streaming for over 2.5 hours.
That's great though. We're not done.
Uninterrupted.
That's great. I love it. It's a good thing.
Yes.
There we go.
Something has to go wrong.
I just made a patcher because I don't use FL21, so I made a patcher by an accident. Anyways,
Give in, man.
okay, I'm almost done here. Okay, so that was Spaceship, and then there's another track called Robot Thing, which is also I released this on my first album called Outbreak. This is very French touch type track. French house. I actually performed this live on radio in Norway. With a guitar and talk box.
How long is that track?
What?
How long is that track?
I don't know if we put it at the beginning here. It's like 4.5. Very 420. It's a very normal length.
Blaze it.
It's like
Hey, question from the chat. Have you ever used Ableton?
have I?
My guess is you've never even been to the website.
My guess is that I have seen so many videos from Ableton that I basically should know how it works.
Okay.
But
Ableton challenge one day, like we need to do
yeah,
a stream where you're just
maybe
like, trying to make a song in Ableton.
So there's a track in here somewhere that is my first song in Reason, and I have tried Logic on Mac and stuff, but I gotta make you guys understand how magical Fruity Loops is. They were sued by the company of cereal called Fruity Loops. That's why
General Mills.
That's why they're called FL, not Fruity Loops, by the way, guys. So, but I grew up with.
I can't believe they lost that.
It was called Fruity Tracks in the beginning. The first version was called Fruity Tracks. you guys don't understand how amazing it is. What the would I try Ableton when I've spent 20 years of my life in this software? More 25 years of my life. I was a kid when I started using FL Studio. Like, when you know how to drive a Alfa Romero or a Lamborghini and you're winning race by race, or you're fucking driving and you can pass a corner in your sleep with one hand and you're going like, have you tried a BMW, my bro? Like, why would you do that to yourself? This is my muscle memory, bro. Like, I don't give a shit what kind of fucking stock plugins Ableton has. Like, I respect people who use it, and it sounds great, but it's about the driver, not the car.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and my muscle memory is in this bullshit software right here, FL Studio, and I can make anything I get my mind to in this thing. Why would I? Do you think that Ableton unlocked something in me that I couldn't realize in FL Studio, and therefore it changed my life? I think it's what your friend introduced you to, bro. Or what your idol fucking did on tutorial on YouTube, and you went like, oh my god, my favorite guy does this, so I have to too. That's what that means. I used FL Studio because there was nothing else available when I was a child. And then I got so good at it, that was my trajectory in life. And I you can see me using FL whatever right now, but my software of choice is FL, is it 12?
You're
FL
13,
Studio.
I think.
No.
Still at 12?
I'm still on 12. FL 12 every day. They made a fuck up on after FL 7 where they changed the hot queue for chopping up a sample quickly from the left shift button to the right shift button. And that is the biggest mistake FL Studio Image Line has ever done in their whole life. I sent them emails and emails and emails about this, and they never fucking fixed that thing. This is why I'm not using FL21. Because the cutting mechanism isn't on the left shift button. I don't know who the fuck chose to put the muscle fucking... It's so quick. It's like a shooter. It's like an FPS. You use your left hand to like a chop, and then the mouse to kind of wah 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 chop the samples. No, you can't remap it.
I already asked him that like 10 years ago.
We have had. Don't you think I have email chains?
He's tried everything.
Don't you think we have email chains with Image Line about this issue? It ruined my adult life. Anyway.
More trauma than LA ever fucking
Yeah. So that's why I use FL12, because it has like the most amount of new features that, you know, FL21 la-di-da, it has some shit. I use it for live stream just to show you guys I'm adaptable to the future. Really, that's it. So Virus is a track I made in 2008 that became a radio hit in Norway, which is my first amount of money that I've ever made from a song, because it was played on the radio. And it was chosen by a committee of radio employees. And it was life-changing to me. So let's dive into Virus, the first version. My first hit song. I don't know if you guys recognize. Okay, chill, George. So I don't know if you guys recognize that the industrial elements from the earlier tracks we listened to, and then the vocoder talkbox stuff from the track from Spaceship and Robot Thing, where it's like basically I'm using a signal and a carrier, like a synthesizer or guitar, to control my voice to sound robotic. And then I'm using this industrial type sound, which you guys heard earlier in like tracks like Party Crasher and Destroy. Right? And then we hear this, and of course negative as well. Stuff like that. And then you hear it suddenly being transformed into like both a little industrial melodic but also vocoder. And I think that was a perfect blend for the people at the time at the radio. They thought that was the zeitgeist of the times. This thing got me nominated for a Norwegian Grammy, for a Norwegian fucking everything. Like, this track broke me in Norway, like, for everything. And Castor, of course, Urert throwback, but Joachim and Castor, all these Norwegian guys, they will definitely tell if they followed the stream at the time. They fucking heard this thing.
Yeah, Joaquin in his super chat says he was addicted to Outbreak back in the day. And
Yeah.
generally most of the Vintage in Hollywood catalog still have a lot of it on the drive somewhere.
Yeah, so this is the beginning of just like with Savant, it was a shorter process between Niner and Vario, where Niner was like me trying to find my footing within dubstep and modern EDM, and then Splinter on Vario was like the immediate fucking connection. All of these tracks from these years until this Virus track was this is my Splinter of Winter in Hollywood. I think maybe Ride Like the Wind did it a little better because I had an animated music video that I actually paid for and got a friend of mine to do. But this one was the one who broke me, this song. Let's see. There are different versions of this, and if we do a Venture in Hollywood stream at some point, I'll show you all the versions I have. But here is a track you guys might be familiar with if you guys are fans of Protos from 2014. God damn it, that sounds old already. But this is the absolute first version of Man of the Law.
Urge, sponsor us.
Yeah. Come at me, bro. Coca-Cola. Again with the vocoder talk box, okay? But if it sounds good. And they're dying. Okay, so that was the first version, and then we have a remake I did for my album called Space Wolf, which never, it's Fugazi, as the Italians would say. Fugazi. It didn't exist. It's a pipe dream. It doesn't exist.
It's like Vex.
Yeah, Vex. It doesn't exist. It's vaporware. This is my improved... Okay, let's just listen to the last. So it's a great idea, but it's not completed perfectly. And then I thought in 2010, 2 years later, I'm gonna fucking accomplish this vision. Okay, so this is Man of the Law, aka My Nightmare Adventures, which is a better title, actually. Intro is not as strong enough as the 2008 version, but the verse intro here. This human after all type fucking... By the way, Daft Punk made me, so, you know, deal with it. There's no vocals on this because most of the Space Wolf demos were just designs made for later recording, because vocals started to get important to me and I wanted to get really good at singing. So it's a lot of instrumentals.
So you could say that Protos is the spiritual successor,
It's
still.
I don't know. It's like if Ubisoft took a good IP from the 90s.
Oof. Like, you know, if they actually did Splinter Cell, maybe.
No. If they took like something good from the 90s. So basically, Protos is Fallout 3 by Bethesda compared to Fallout 1. You know? It is that big of a, from Black Isle Studios, from like that 90s fucking amazing like period of...
It's a good time.
Yeah, and then Bethesda comes in and tries to milk the cow and make it into like something that's gonna be, oh, everybody's gonna like this, so we gotta rip out a bunch of shit that doesn't work or people don't like, and we're gonna put in a bunch of shit people think and like think is gonna be there. And that's basically... Protos is Fallout 3 and Space Wolf was Fallout 1. And
But
a lot of people will not get that analogy. But it is what it is.
hey, I got a super chat from Wolf Leviathan 9000. I fucking love Ride Like the Wind. That song is special to me for reasons I don't have enough room to type out on this message.
Oh, Ride Like the Wind is coming up. I actually have different versions of that as well. You can play... Where's Ride Like the Wind? I should have Ride Like the Wind here. You can play...
Well, don't cheat, bro.
Oh, yeah, no, I didn't save the project file, but I definitely have like 4 or 5 different versions of Ride Like the Wind. But My Nightmare Adventure is the special version of this song because it is the opening track of the album, and on Space Wolf as well as Protos. Protos is the bastard child of Space Wolf, and Space Wolf was such a better design, but such a worse execution. Like, the script was better, but the filming was worse. So Space Wolf would have been a better record if I got some help with it, and Protos would have been a better record if it was just made in 2008. But anyway. Anyway, so this is Man of the Law, which everybody may have heard.
we
What do
going
you?
to
What do
ignore
you?
the Joel? What?
Yeah. What do
Did
you
you see
mean?
that?
What do you
I haven't even
mean?
listened to Monophobia.
Yo, Jean Repal. What the fuck are you talking about? Are we just gonna ignore that Joel stole this for
Hold on,
monophobia?
hold on,
What
hold
the
on,
fuck are you talking about, monophobia? I've never heard of monophobia.
hold on.
I-
I need to look this up.
By the way, every fucking dumbass in the chat, Josh used to be Joel's.
No,
Shut the fuck up, Josh. I'll mute
I'm
you.
not al-
I'll mute you if you talk, okay? Josh was Joel's first manager. Shut the fuck up, everybody. If Joel doesn't know this, then nobody does. Joel was working with Josh when he was a kid. So remember, I remember when I picked out a DAW and I asked a producer friend which DAW is Savant using to make all the crazy music, and I wonder FL. Listen, Nivanis, it depends on if you like to make music on a spoon, a rock, or a piece of plastic. It doesn't matter. Whatever feels good in your hand. Okay? Do you hear me? Like, if you like making music in Logic, Pro Tools, Reason, FL Studio, or whatever
on an OP1.
if you like making music in trackers or on your Game Boy Color, whatever makes you get that shit out, that is the thing. Have you ever tried sitting alone with the guitar or a flute or a piano and see if you can make music? If you can make music on a guitar, piano, flute, or whatever, then whatever software you can find will do. It doesn't matter. Because those things are more important than the software. Can you make a song? Sorry, I was looking at the microphone like microphone was the guy. Like I was like, I imagined
The
him.
camera, Alex, camera.
I was imagining. So it doesn't matter what software you use. Like I'm biased because I use FL Studio, but it's a bias. If people don't know what a bias means perspective of you. It means it doesn't mean objective. It's subjective. Subjective. It means your eyes only can make this things work. Okay, so we got 2 super chats at once. Bark just gave us a heart, and I'm like,
you,
fuck yeah. And then we got some Czechish 20. I don't know what this. I don't even.
No, that's it shows the currency. The name is working.
Norwegian. It's like 9 crowns, which is like.
Wait, what?
It's
is
like
Eva gonna be
it's like
part
less
of
than
that
$1. It's like
part
less than
three?
$1. What is this?
Eva?
It's a Czech Corona. Czech Republic.
Eva, what's this? What rumors and gossip is this? Is Eva gonna be part of Hex Part 3?
Eva, no.
Hex Part 3 is
No. He's thinking about a track.
Hex Part 3 is Vaporware anyway.
Yeah, so he's thinking about a track called Eva, which is called a track called Evangelion, which is not going to be on Hex 3. It was an experiment. It was a failed experiment. Let's put it that way.
Can you play it live?
Yes,
I mean, like at a show?
Maybe, but it's still pretty garbage. I'm sorry, I'm so self-loading, but Eva didn't make it. I can play a little bit of it right now.
Do it.
My camera died, so I'm just gonna upload a effing picture of me instead. And
wait, is the camera dead?
Yeah.
Because
So,
I need to start dinner soon.
No. You can go hungry, bro. Like let's make this worth it. Like let's listen. We haven't done anything.
Bro, you're ruining my life. I need to make dinner. I'm hungry, bro.
We haven't done anything in like 10 years almost. Like let's do this right.
Vintage jump scare.
Yeah. So let's do this. Let's just get through these fucking tracks, okay? So
I just honestly, I just want to light another joint.
Yeah. But put something over the camera, and we'll be good.
Well, no, I'll hide.
So people were asking about some breakbeats earlier, and I made a project specifically for breakbeats called Winter in Vegas, which was an IDM, intelligent dance music, not electronic dance music, intelligent. And this is the most Chemical Brothers I will ever get.
Wait, so you're not gonna play Eva? Or did you already play it?
Oh, okay, Eva. Jesus Christ, Eva.
I'm just holding you accountable to the chat, bro.
Okay. I'm opening up Winamp, which is my go-to music application. And as everybody can see in the chat, I have the software open with my playlist of my songs that I have for Vex and all kinds of stuff. So...
Hey, while you're opening that, Bark in the super chat says, "I want you to collab with Ali X so bad. I feel like you and her would make some bangers."
Ali who?
Ali X.
Ali.
Did we just learn something new?
I don't know who that is. I know who.
Did we just learned something new?
There's another Ali that I know, but not Ali X. I don't know who that is, actually, to be honest. 1985.
Hook us up with some links.
So this chick is a Canadian singer who is like 2 years older than me. So she's 40. And she had a hit single in 2014 when she was 30. Alexandra Ashley Hughes, whatever, Ontario, fucking Toronto. I don't know who that is, bro. Like, I've never heard of it. Like, I get a lot of that.
Okay, calm down. Okay,
I'm so sorry.
Listen to some tracks
I'm
later
sorry.
and
I'm
see,
sorry.
you know,
I'm
what's
sorry.
going on.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
If a fan is suggesting it.
I'm sorry. Okay, we were talking about Eva. So
let's go.
Eva comes from Evangelion, which is the anime, which I'm a huge fan of until it gets weird, and then I shut it off. Evangelion gets weird. Just like Ghost in the Shell and every good anime ever, it gets weird. And then you have to shut it off because your brain is like, you know what, bro? I'm not from this country, and I just realized. Okay, so Evangelion is like this. Can you guys hear this?
This is what they want.
Be honest with me. Do you like this?
This is fucking fired.
No, but I'm talking about the chat in general. Like, is this good? Do you understand how jaded Google that?
Look at the chat's going a million miles an hour right now.
Okay,
The emojis are fucking throwing up.
So if you guys don't know what
This is what they want, bro. This is what they want. I'm not gonna lie. This is what the fucking fans want. They want these bangers.
I don't know. I'm jaded. I don't know what people want.
Then look, this is why we're doing these live streams, because
Okay.
you know what? Like, imagine being able to test this out. All right, cool. Maybe my fucking idea of what people want isn't necessarily like what they want. So let's ask them and get their feedback, and let's start that fucking era, my guy, because like I can't believe you would put this fucking track away.
Oh,
and
yeah.
let's forget about it.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
I put this track in the trash, by the way, everybody. My wife likes the track.
It's fire.
We'll see, okay? Listen, I have low self-esteem. I cannot judge.
That's why we're a team. Let's go.
Good.
Release Eva. I'm Team Eva, bro. play
Okay,
this out
here's the
loud.
drop.
Here you go.
So it makes me kind of think that maybe we should take it easy, bro. It makes me think that maybe we should do some streams before I put albums and stuff together so I can get some perspective.
You know what? What would be a good idea? All right,
Oh.
so after Hex,
Okay.
we got some plans, and you're gonna do these plans.
Okay.
But it would be pretty badass to use these streams to put together an album, like, because like in terms of just showing folks, like, all right, here's the 4 options we got. I'm only picking 12, right? So we gotta bring them down. Like that would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, because I'd really like, listen, everybody has to know this. Like, I have zero perspective on anything. Listen, like, Vex was done 3 years ago. I just keep overthinking shit, and I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. So I just, like, but you also got to give me that. You also got to give me that as an artist to figure out my shit. So you got to give me that like leeway to figure out who I am as an artist, but at the same time you also got to understand that I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. So I'm trying to build a complex piece of what I think is art, and at the same time I'm super scared of what everybody's gonna think of it, so I'm questioning every centimeter or inch that I'm adding to the project. So you know, I make
we are
but
Go ahead.
at the same time, that is my prerogative, and this is my ego speaking. My prerogative as an artist is to
Savant is coming back to France Friday, March 14th.
tell people that, you know,
Oh shit.
like, I gotta do what I gotta do, you know. You're here. I think you're here. I got the chat up.
Okay.
I got Winamp up, and
Everything is up.
yeah. So Evangelion has a tons of versions. Let me go into my hex folder, which has, by the way, 424 files, as usual. Eva has not that many demos, to be honest. Is this the first demo? And then the second demo. And then no, sorry, this is the first demo. Oh, terrible. Screw that. Okay, by the way, let's skip over Evangelion. It sucks ass. Let's go to Plastic Cocaine. Let's all gather around for the Plastic Cocaine. In episode.
I mean, that's just fire too.
Yeah, Plastic Cocaine. So, as we talked about, I had a bunch of projects before Savant. I had Winter in Hollywood, and then I had another project called Winter in Vegas. Winter in Vegas started to encompass more and more of the UK things, UK side of matters, if you want to call it that. My late childhood experiences in electronic music, Chemical Brothers, Aphex Twin, The Prodigy, Warp Records like Square Pusher and all that stuff. Autechre doesn't get enough love. But
Facts.
yeah, so Chemical Brothers, and there was another group too called
Dust Brothers.
That's the name of the game. Well, who are those guys?
Dust Brothers.
No.
The Chemical Brothers.
No.
Oh, no.
That's the name of the game.
Name of the Propeller Heads?
No. Those are also British, but
That's
the name of the game. It's something was called like the song was called Freak or something. Something Freak.
Something Vegas.
Whatever. But anyway, it was very like late 90s big beat, breakbeat inspired. So Plastic Cocaine was one of the biggest. When I made it, I was like,
Crystal
Method. My buddy Omega Sparks made a track with them. The guy who I made the track Fire with, or whatever, Flame or Fire or whatever. Flame, I think it's called. Or Heat. I made so many tracks, I don't even know what the fuck their names are. But Heat is the name of the track I made with Omega Sparks. He's worked with Crystal Method. And this track, Plastic Cocaine, is very Crystal Method, Chemical Brothers prodigy. Okay, let's listen.
Screens all over me.
Here comes the good part. Yeah, so basically, this is one of the only tracks I feel like I got loose. Does that make any sense?
No.
Where I felt like I got loose. Where I felt like I didn't care. Where I felt like I didn't overthink shit. Where I felt like the track just came out. And it was what it was, you know?
It is very simple and clean for the era.
That's what I mean. Like, simplicity is so far from my genes when it comes to Savant that it's like a struggle to keep things tidy and simple. And when I actually maintain to do that, those become classics to Alex. Yeah, get what I'm saying?
You know, I do, and I wonder, like, this is why you have so many different versions of the songs, you know, and I wonder if at some point the inefficiency of that is that in your brain towards the end of the process, you've got 12 versions in your fucking head.
I didn't of this song.
That one you didn't. You just did this one.
This is just the only version that exists.
You've done that a couple of times recently, actually, where you're like, hey, I just wrote this.
I don't know. But sometimes the
Anyway,
track
continue.
just is its own thing, and I can't fuck with it. And when we get further into our streams, we're going to talk about the metaphysical qualities of art. And this sounds super high. Like, it sounds super, what's it called? Snobby.
No, bro, it's we're in school right now. Also, you're uncentered.
I know. And also my camera.
Now you're jump scare.
My-
Now you're jump scare Victor.
My camera died, so whatever. But my point is that the metaphysical properties of music, where it's like more than the sum of its parts, where you try to strive towards something, but you aren't hitting your target, but it becomes its own thing. And that is part of everybody's musical journey that makes it. Where they try to copy somebody or be somebody else, but during that process, they became more than the sum of their parts, and they become their own thing. And this is one of those tracks that where I tried to do Chemical Brothers 90s breakbeat big beat thing, and it became so natural to like when I listened to it, I was like, it was almost like I wasn't a part of this production. Anyway, we're going on to more of that stuff with this. I think a lot of the Winter in Vegas stuff was so natural, and it came so natural that I didn't have to overthink anything. Are you getting hungry, Josh?
I have to cook dinner.
Yeah, my wife is coming in here telling me you're hungry and that you kind of need to do your life stuff.
So I will accept that because she's right. And
We have
also,
so much left. Oh my god!
but bro, we also
it's like
we
a
also
fucking
have
10 episode
next-
type
we
thing.
got next, bro. That's fine. This is not a problem.
Yeah,
Like, everybody
people
loves it.
people in the chat says solo, like somebody says like solo it, and I think that having Josh on board because he was such a early champion of me is super important because his perspective on stuff is valuable. He saw me when I was at my worst, so it's
You
super.
started uploading. You had started uploading to Section Z when you were 16 years old. Right?
Yeah.
About that.
Yeah. So we're gonna have an episode about Josh later because he made the first SoundCloud on the planet Earth. You guys don't know it because you're fucking young and dumbasses, but Josh made the first SoundCloud, and it had a review system, it had a comment section, it had a waveform, and you could see everything on the screen. And we're gonna talk about that in another episode. But Josh has to go make dinner for his fucking family because he's fucking got a family.
I do, but I also got a super chat from Lee that I need to read out. Like, you think you would ever bring back Winter in Vegas?
No.
Or
No.
do music similar under Savant?
No.
So, no guitar?
No guitar, no glitching, no EDM, no nothing. Savant is not about retro shit. Savant is not about Savant is about channeling things. But Savant is about being now. And when I started doing Savant, and we're gonna get into Savant in the fucking chat here. Like when we get to 2009, when we're done with 2008, we're gonna get to Savant. You guys are gonna hear the first Savant tracks ever before it was released or anything. 2009. And you're guys gonna hear that shit. And Savant's always been about trying to do EDM as it is in its current state and form. If I want to do something weird, I'm gonna do something weird. But Savant is not.
I mean, this goes without saying.
Winter in Vegas, so it's tacky in its own right to call a project your last name in Hollywood, in Vegas. Vegas, which is Las Vegas, which is a state, and Hollywood, which is a city in Los Angeles. It's a very tacky name.
Vegas is a city in Nevada.
Yeah,
it's just
but
really close to.
yeah, Las Vegas is a city in Nevada, and and Hollywood is a city in Los Angeles, and it's super tacky, and it is very like shooting from the hip type thing where you don't know if you're gonna win the shootout or not. It's kind of the vibe where you're
And
kind of
that-
just doing it just for the fuck
And
of
back
it.
back when you were conceptualizing these things, the Hollywood, the Vegas that you knew was from the movies
Yes. And when
and
I
from
actually
video games.
And when I actually traveled there, I was so disappointed and so hit by reality that those type of things just completely evaporated because the image,
Fucking, I had
of
a meme back then.
yeah, but the image of Miami and LA or Hollywood when you're not from those places, never been there, those are great images. But when you live there for 10 years, those are horrible. When I lived in Chicago, it was fucking horrible. I lived in a place where they had rape alarms outside my apartment complex. I lived
Those are from the college dorms, for the college dorms.
yeah, I had outside of my door, I had a rape alarm. What the fuck kind of country do you have a rape alarm in? And then when I lived
Did you
in
not feel safer?
I felt fucking patronized and creepy, and it was just weird. But when I lived in LA, I moved, guys. When I moved to LA because I saw a homeless guy with a katana in a bathrobe, sitting on top of a television set, a CRT TV, on the street on the curb. That's why I wanted to live in LA. If that doesn't tell you everything you
Oh
need to
my
know
God.
about how wrong,
Yeah, because like we went there for that first show. And
Yeah.
I remember this day like it was yesterday, and
Yeah.
like that was pretty crazy.
yeah. So I went to
'Cause,
Los.
like, You see a dude with a katana, your normal fucking reaction is to walk away from this person with the katana.
Yeah, yeah.
Your reaction was, who the fuck is this dude with the katana? Let's get closer to this dude with the katana.
Yeah, he was in a burgundy fucking morning robe, and he was a homeless guy who was living on the street. And I saw him and went like, like Beavis and Butthead. I went like, oh, that's cool, bro. I want to move here. And then I did. And that was the worst 10 years of my fucking life. If that doesn't tell you about my bad judgment as a manager, I'm sorry, this is like such a fucking side slap. Everything I'm saying is like such a side slap. Like, you should have seen the warning signs earlier that I'm fucking crazy. But I wanted to move to LA because of a homeless guy.
Alex, it's a fucking trade-off, my guy. Like, you know, you're gonna be a little crazy if you're making fucking 350 tracks for a fucking 7-track EP. Just a little bit. But hey, I do have to get going, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Because this is always fucking.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's a meme. Savant, Alex moved to LA because he's a homeless guy in a red bathrobe, sporting a katana, sitting on top of a fucking old TV on this street corner in Melrose Place in West Hollywood, and which is where I moved to the first thing. And I never saw this guy ever again, by the way. Never ever saw this guy again.
Bro, so many ghosts.
Yeah, he either died or got arrested or something, but I never saw this guy.
Or maybe he cleaned up his fucking act.
No way. America
and
doesn't have that.
became like an important producer
No,
for
no.
the movies. Who the fuck knows?
No.
Hey,
This-
you got Virtual Riot in the chat. Now I can't leave.
What? Who?
Yeah, Virtual Riot stuff
Where?
on. Look at the chat.
Oh, Lord. Hey.
Yeah, folks were asking about it.
Valentine. So that's crazy. People were asking earlier, Valentine, that
Hello.
yeah, people were asking earlier if we were gonna have a collab. I didn't say nothing, so I want to leave that up to you. But
Bro,
yeah,
it's overdue. Like I was telling this story earlier, and Valentine's here now, so maybe
Yeah.
you can verify this. But like when I remember calling him, he wasn't even in college yet. I think he was gonna go to college. He was finishing college, and I'm like, dude, your music is so fucking good. Like, just put all the stuff you got up on SoundCloud or whatever, put it into an album. Like, fix it if you have to, and let's get it out. And at this time, you had just done Splinter, you had just done like some stuff. So Section Z Records was doing pretty nice. It was fun, and we put out "There Goes Your Money," because that's basically how I thought. Like, this stuff was so good. It's like people are just gonna throw money at it.
Yeah.
So, like a good EDM artist with ironic titles, the homeboy gave it that title, and there we go.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, back in 2012.
I think Joel Deadmau5, Alex Savant, Rob Swire, Knife Party, and Alex Savant again. Like and Virtual Riot, Valentine. I think all of us are very like post EDM type producers, where we're kind of like we're good at this stuff not because we want to, but because we have to. And a lot of us are like, we if anything else was the zeitgeist, which Valentin is a German word, Zeitgeist. So Valentin knows what that means. But if anything else was the case, we would have killed that thing. And Joel didn't choose EDM. EDM chose him. EDM didn't, like, I didn't choose EDM. EDM chose me. Rob Swire definitely didn't choose EDM. EDM chose him. And EDM didn't like Valentine, Virtual Riot.
Punk and fucking
No.
rock
Skrillex chose the IDM, not EDM. He chose that shit. He chose to do
That's what I'm saying.
dubstep. But a lot of us didn't choose that. EDM chose us. And as Virtual Riot is corresponding here, he's saying that's correct. Like, if another thing was the thing, we would have fucking murdered it. Because I know that Valentine, just like me, is a technician. And we are really good at figuring out how shit should be, like, at the peak efficiency. And how do you do that without, like, you know, doing this or that? And I think Joel is the same way, but he was like a generation before us. And I definitely feel the way
one run before you guys.
Yeah, but I definitely feel like Virtual is also like an engineer producer type spirit, where
German engineering,
but it's about exactly, like expressing your emotional melodies and stuff like that. But if there was another format out there, we wouldn't have been making EDM. We would have been making whatever that was, and we would have fucking killed it. And that's the way I feel about Joel, me, Rob Swire, because we're all fucking a bunch of insecure fucking know-it-alls, which are really good at what we do. Rob Swire is extremely good at what he does, but he's also like afraid of what's around him. And the same with all of us. You know, we're just adapting to the monster that is around us.
bro.
And
Deep.
and Joel, just like me, is a nerd that was picked on when he was a kid, and we're just excelling at this technical shit, and we're murdering it and becoming a cool person through EDM. And we're taking that for granted a little bit, but it is definitely what we are excelling at in life, apparently. But yeah, Valentine, I would love to. Yeah, the sound design, it's its own hobby for sure. Melodies, sound design, drum loops, everything is its own fucking thing. But let's. It's so weird that Virtual Riot just dropped into the chat. Like, I don't know.
We're all insecure weirdos that were picked on at school. This is like,
Yeah.
like okay, so as like an early manager type person, right? Like in the beginning of this, and then a full manager later, I've met a lot of you motherfuckers, like all of you at a pretty deep level. It's so true, man. Everybody was a victim of schooling, I guess. So that's why we call this EDM high school, man. It's like we want to relive.
Listen,
those good school years.
there's an interesting part of Deus Ex Mankind Divided, if I'm not mistaken completely.
The video game?
Yes, Mankind Divided or something like that. I think it's one of those. Yeah, Mankind Divided or Mankind something. But there is a human trait thing in there when you're having conversations with people. It's like alpha male, beta male, and omega. And alpha male is, of course, the self. You're so sure of yourself. And you're so alpha male. And all that stuff. And then you have beta, which is like you're so unsure of yourself. But there's something called an omega male, which is like accumulation of a beta male fucking having enough of being a beta male and being an alpha male. And that is what creates an omega male. It's a beta male trying to be an alpha male. And I think a lot of really technical people in the world are people who are Sigma, yeah, I guess, if you're trying to be fucking...
Well, yeah, that's just the Gen Z.
Yeah,
thing.
it's just...
I'm fucking email. That's basically my life.
Yeah,
email.
But Omega is like this thing where you're above beta. And you're like, Bill Gates, he's an Omega. Like, he's a Bond villain. But he's a beta. But he's a Bond villain, which makes him an alpha in a sorts. But alpha male in a sorts.
That's a Sigma.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. It's an Omega. It's an Omega according to Deus Ex universe. Deus Ex creates an Omega when a beta becomes an alpha. So a nerd in junior high that becomes an alpha after college is an Omega male. And a lot of us hyper producers are Omegas, where we were fucking laughed at in elementary school because we wore glasses and we were like nerds and wherever and all that stuff. But we definitely fucking excelled later in life and killed it. And I don't know.
And it would take you guys 48 hours to make a motherfucking banger and give it to your fans.
Yeah.
And cut the bullshit.
Yeah. So you're an email. Is what people are saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm an email.
Yeah,
I exist because of the internet. Like that's my masculinity, it's my personality, it's my femininity. I am an email.
Do you know there was a joke back in the day about email.com, like the gay fucking dating site.
No. Oh, is that what it was? It probably was. Yo, and you're my e-girl, bro. Let's go. Hey, I have to go. I have to cook.
Yeah. It's a shame that we live on different continents. And
I mean, this works.
Yeah.
This works because you get to get loose a little bit later. It gives it a time limit for me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and we need episodes. You can't just run. I mean, you could if you wanted to. This crazy motherfucker would run through 24-hour stream, just like because he's done this to all of us. Or to me,
why would it? Listen, when I prepped for the stream, it took me like half an hour to go through all these tracks.
Because we weren't talking about the history of the tracks, and Virtual Riot wasn't dropping by, and fucking We Are Caster wasn't. This is cool as fuck, bro. Take your time. This is a stew. We're cooking it slow.
Okay, so basically, we got to do a part. We got to do a part 4. Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. Doing a part 4.
This is awesome. Actually, this is exactly what I've fucking been watching for years.
I'm trying to find a track to land on so that we can do a fade out.
Bet.
So
Wait,
chat.
There were a couple requests, so you're gonna pick one.
Okay, so out of these tracks you see on the screen right now, you have Pokemon Invasion.
You're scrolling too fast.
Invasion, Konami 8-bit, Melody Circus, Mother Earth, Overkill, Overmap. We did Overmap last time.
Monster.
No, fuck that. But we have Splinter, Wario, Wildstyle, Zion Grand Prix.
You're too far ahead.
Yeah, so Zion Grand Prix. Somebody paid for that, so that's happening then, I guess. If somebody
All
can
right, let's
listen, if somebody
Bro,
can,
you're still a DJ, even if you hate
yeah,
it.
I'm a DJ. If somebody can pay more than $2 for their last track, I would play it. Okay, so
Now you gotta play both of them.
if somebody pays more than $2, I'll play that track out of these tracks right here, from Pokemon down to Feel Good Retro, whatever that fucking means.
Wild styling forever.
So anybody got more than $2, I will play that shit.
$2 go once, $2. Oh shit! You got
The first time we met?
Now,
What
see, now
the-
you get to choose between those two.
What the fuck does that even mean? Oh, $25
Oh,
Zion
Jesus.
Grand
Yeah,
Prix?
you're done.
You're
It's over.
you're cooked unless somebody pays more than $25.
Oh my God,
girl,
girl.
boy. No fucking way. Girls like? Are you crazy?
Requests. You can't. You gotta be careful with this.
Do I even have that track anymore? Okay, let's go to my Alexander Winter Music. Girls like, and
Bro,
fucking
for
this guy,
$100, you're digging in your folders.
dude. If,
Hold on, look
yeah,
that
I'm digging in my folders, bro. This guy paid like Savant Fest
Well, here
reboot.
while you're looking,
I found it already. I found it. I
Zion
found it.
Grand Prix.
I found it. Don't worry. Girls like. So the problem with this is that Zion Grand Prix is a objectively better track, but this guy paid money, so you guys get to see the Andrew Ryan of BioShock / capitalism fucking pay your way to success.
No, I mean, I think, and I would advocate for both tracks being played. There's no reason you can't just
Listen,
put
I
one
need
on the
to
back of the other.
Listen, I have
You
a
can
kid.
let the one plaque tray through, and then
I-
you
okay,
can fade out
okay.
at the end of the second.
I have kids to feed. I need to, like, this guy just paid my fucking day of dinner. So I gotta, so Girls Like is a terrible track. I don't know why you chose that. But I'm playing it for you.
People have their favorites, bro.
Okay, so you go make your dinner for your family, bro. You're out, bro. Like you,
I want to hear these.
okay. So Savant Fans reboot. He's been around for a while, bro. Like, so he deserves a little bit of a leeway. Okay, we're playing Girls Like, which is a terrible track. Okay, I hate it. I hate it. It's a shitty fucking track. It's a, sorry for interrupting. It's a Mohombatan. How do you pronounce that, Josh? Mohombatan? Mohombatan? Moombaton. Electro house track. Okay, fuck it. Here it goes. And then we're getting Zion Grand Prix after. And that's our fade out. Unless somebody wants to top $100.
Relax.
Oh, they're regretting that $100 right now.
Bro, this is like bad money.
Girls like me. Girls just like me. Girls all just like me. All just like me. Girls like me. Girls just like me. Girls all just like me.
Fucking fucking. With some emoji.
See, I told you the tracks is fucking trash. Like it was supposed to be on, was it Oracle, I think, something like that. It was like like SoundCloud days.
That was post cult.
Yeah, it was post cult pre Oracle. It sounds like shit. And there's a reason why this track didn't make it, because it sounds like fucking I just opened a Parmer and just slapped shit in there, and it sounds like trash. But
it sounds like you just didn't want to finish it.
Yeah, because I hated it. I hated it, and like you guys have to trust me when I don't finish stuff. It's because it's for your own good. But so Savant fans, really did you guys a favor right now. If you wanted to hear the track, I would never ever play the track ever, because I fucking cringe. I had to walk outside right now. I had to walk outside my house. I had to walk out.
Love him for it.
I had to take off my headphones and walk outside because this track is so cringe to me. And this is a schism in the Savant fan base between me and whatever people like. But
and the tracks they like.
Whatever. It's a schism. You have to fight me to play the tracks I hate. No, it's not insane. It's crap. It's garbage.
All right.
Anyway, okay.
With the Zion.
So Zion Grand Prix is like, I wanted to make Zion. Yeah. So Savant fans really fucking saved your asses. Okay, but Zion Grand Prix was me trying to make Savant RPG, the video game, in 2018. I really wanted to make a video game with all the characters and every album involved and make an RPG Final Fantasy style. And Zion Grand Prix is basically, let me find a picture for you guys so you can see what I'm talking about. I'm so sorry, Josh.
While you're looking for that picture though, like when he says that he was planning a Savant RPG, like I think you even registered the domain. Like there was a lot of work, like tons of docs, tons of shit.
Yeah, project Savant RPG. Let me turn on go into my streaming software here and turn on my screen share here and go into Savant RPG.
Savant fans, thanks a lot, man.
Yeah.
Sent another super chat.
So Savant RPG was a very big project where I thought I could make my own game. I don't know where. I tried to hook in some sort of developers, but I couldn't. So I wanted to make a game for this asshole, the guy from the dog from Invasion, and I made a level for Alchemist where you could I made everything basically. Move sets, HUD design, tile designs, enemy designs, everything for every fucking level. And I made bosses, I made fucking listen, this is the level for Mega Boy.
Fuck this dude! Jesus Christ!
This is the level for Mega Boy where I drew this shit in Photoshop in like 2 minutes, and it was supposed to be like people playing against Mega Boy, where he's a big monster, and it was supposed to be pixel art. I had a level for Protoss.
Bro, we're doing this, bro.
I had a level for Protoss where it was like a point and click adventure game from the 80s, 90s, like Monkey Island, where it was like a space fucking Star Trek type thing, but with the fucking 2D space shit. And then I had a Vario level where, you know, whatever, I designed all that shit. And then Vibes, you were a katana wielding samurai. And then I had Zion, where I actually wrote the synopsis for that. And whatever, Zion, he was supposed to be like a Walt Disney type guy with a patch over his eye, and he was a prisoner in a jail cell, and he escaped by stealing the costume of his captures. And he basically, the level was like a Super Nintendo Mario Kart type thing where you drove down the tower that's on Zion. So these are all my sketches and trying to like
the definitive Savant video game.
Yeah. And I had a super sheriff level where you're basically like this fucking superhero sheriff guy going through the streets shooting up people. Here's some enemy designs. Here's some fucking collectibles. Here's the overworld map I designed. Here's the philosophy of the game. Where I was tying it into fucking Asperger's is a curse, bro.
It's a beautiful curse, bro.
I don't know.
Every fucking minute you walked me through these the first time.
It's a sad thing.
This is the fast version. You guys are getting the fast, like.
Yeah, this is like fucking. It's like a Star of David type thing, which is really weird. But I wanted to be like a Final Fantasy thing, and then a scroller thing, and then all kinds of things. But okay, let's listen to the Zion Grand Prix, which would be the soundtrack to this level right here, and let's just play it. Well, this is full screen. Josh has to go make dinner for his family. You know, he has obligations.
I'm not leaving until the stream is over.
Okay.
This is the fade out. The setup was fucking incredible.
Yeah, so this track is made with sounds from the Super Nintendo, by the way. So this is 16-bit Super Nintendo accurate sound files, like a nerd would say. Oh,
this is so good.
Oh, dude. Somebody actually donated $50 to hear Sausage Safari.
What?
Sausage Safari, which is the track I made for God knows what. If you like, listen, if you pay, I'll play. I'm such a whore right now. Listen, okay, so Sausage. Let's go into my.
All right, well, I'll let you handle this.
Sausage
This
Safari.
40 on your own.
Okay, Sausage Safari. I found it right here. I think that was like a fucking thing where like Vex, like, oh, I showed it off on Instagram once or Facebook, and people were like, "What happened to that, bruh?" And I'm like, okay, Josh just disappeared, so it's just you and me, guys. Sausage Safari. We just heard a little bit of. Let's just find the good parts of Zion. By the way, you guys are missing out on the rest of the 8-bit remake, especially Invasion, which is this. That's one of my favorites. But let's listen to Sausage Safari, which somebody paid $50 to hear, so let's indulge. We heard Girls Like, which is a terrible track. So sorry. And now we're gonna hear Sausage Safari. This is such a terrible track, bro. Why would you pay $50 for this? Oh, Lord. So, Ride Like the Wind and stuff like that, we'll apparently have to do it next episode. See? This track fucking sucks, bro. I guess I was the master of hype. Well, let's just call it the master of hype, because I got people hyped up so much on these terrible tracks that I'll give you the chords and the vocal chops are pretty cool. Yeah, Jimmy Tripp, the vocals and the vocal chops and chords, that's what this song is all about. But this fucking weak ass fucking drop, and this is cute. This is pretty cute. So, Intermission from Slasher is a really cozy, like, mistake, if you want to call it that. Like, I made a mistake, and it was better than what I thought it was going to be, and I would love to do more of the Phil Collins type 80s stuff, where it's like very held back and stuff like that. First song off of Space Wolf demos, Maximilian. So you already heard that earlier. It was called My Nightmare Adventures. That was the first track of Space Wolf. I'm so sorry, we already went through that. So, but thank you for the and then we have Savant the Mario Kart. But when? So basically, the Zion Invasion is the Mario Kart. That is the only Mario Kart that would ever exist, but it never got played. But anyway, let's do finish the Sausage Safari. So, I know intermission, I don't think there's anything in here. intermission in the Halloween album. Let's go into Halloween. Final intermission. Oh, yeah, it's right there. Let's see if there's any interesting demos from that. Nope. Other. Nope. Intermission. I don't think this version of intermission is any different than the one that's on the album, but we can check it out for sure. Intermission. I think it's... No, that's Harvest. I'm so sorry. Intermission. There we go. I think this is the same one. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have a different version than the one that's on the album, except for in 2021 I teased something on Instagram that was something that was new. I made on a whim. I think it's even before I met my wife. The 2020. When did I meet you? When did we start talking?
2020.
2020, which month?
It was like
November. Yeah, this is the month before that. So this is the month before I met my wife for real. Can you guys see this? This is intermission. If you haven't guessed already, like, if you send me money, I'm fucking gonna talk about shit. Oh Lord. So I showed this on Instagram in 2020. It's not anything fancy. But it's a very emotional and I love it a lot. There's another person who asked for Inflamer and you paid $50, so definitely we're gonna show you Inflamer. It is, of course, a horrible track. You have to trust me sometimes that I'm making decisions that aren't just biased, but it's sometimes based on facts that it's terrible and shouldn't exist. So the sample from Inflamer is from Thundercats from 1984 or whatever. It's an anime, American anime. And the samples are from Run DMC and stuff like that. Okay. Can you guys correct me? Was it supposed to be on Alchemist? Because I think it was supposed to be on Alchemist, but it was just a superfluous track and it just was too much.
Fire become white. Let fire become star bright. Let the inflamer come forth.
Listen, guys, when I made a teaser back on SoundCloud, it was all just like, I don't know what's gonna happen. So whatever made it on the final album, this is the reason I stopped using SoundCloud, is because people were starting to hold a knife towards my throat, like on these demos. And I was just having fun trying to figure out what was... Oh, Hava Nagila remix? Zion? Oh, listen, I don't even know if that exists anymore. That's like the Jewish la 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 la. I don't even think I have that project file anymore. It was something I did just to like have fun with Jello or Josh, my Jewish friend from Toronto. So I don't even know if I have that track anymore. I can take a look. No. I can't find it. It's not rendered as an MP3 at least. Super Justice inspired breakdown. So this track is terrible in so many ways. Like the breakdown is great because it's got that Justice inspired. Like what's it called? 70s Baroque is what I would call it, whereas the 70s, 60s were inspired by Baroque music, making Baroque with synthesizers and stuff like that, especially the French inspiration. But if you guys analyze this track objectively, it is terrible in every shape, way, or form. Because the samples, the instruments, it's like Run DMC samples. I don't know. It's just all over the place. I don't. Triangle? What do you mean? Do you still have Triangle? Barack Obama. Barack Obama. I fell in love with you the first time we met. I can't believe all the feelings that get inside sometimes. Yes, that's from a track from Winter in Hollywood called somebody in the super chat said na 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 na. It's from Space Wolf, which is called Chemicals. But you'd have to push me a little further to play that actual track, Max. I'm so sorry. It's called Chemicals. Chemicals right here. So oh, okay. So Chemicals, Max, is my uttermost Quincy Jones type track, where look, I have 2 FL Studios open. I don't know if you guys can see that. But I have Super Chat, 2 FL Studios open, 12, the love of my life, and then 21, which is like the evil necessities. But Chemicals is a track I made for Space Wolf, which I never finished, but it's a Michael Jackson track with more modern type vocals. So somebody, I'm so sorry, I'm so eclectic, but somebody in the chat asked like about the Savant Alexander Winter folder. So let's take a look at the Alexander Winter folder now that everybody's watching live. So it's 25,186 files. This, of course, is not correct because there's a lot of stems. There's a lot of duplicate files, but it is definitely around the 10,000 to 15,000 mark range with how many unique tracks there are. And if you're a human being, that sort of number will make you dizzy, and it will make you kind of not pay attention to the details so much and just focus on the now. Too bad. She will come, she will go. What you long will never know. Maybe miracles in our brain is making us insane. So, if good to good, make it true. You got me begging for more. If you dance so long, can't be ignored. You're too good to be true. Anyway, okay, so that's Chemicals. I really like Chemicals, and I wish that track existed. But you are part of a very unique horror movie plot group of people that knows that this is just an experiment, and you all will die. So, you know this will only remain between you and me. It's too good to be true. Just the Machine. Okay, so Just the Machine is part of our podcast. Just the Machine is here. Don't worry. We're gonna go through Just the Machine. I can show you a little snippet, but it is part of the schedule. Don't worry. It's part of the Winter in Hollywood. There's different versions of it. Just the Machine. It's probably part of not this. Just the Machine. Yeah. Somebody asked earlier if there's a version of Indica with vocals, and I'm pretty sure there isn't, but we can check. I don't think there is a version of Indica with vocals. Let's see. Indica MP3, and then another Indica MP3. I don't think there's any version with vocals that I know of. Let's just, and then we're gonna get to Just the Machine, don't worry. This is a demo, so it sounds like shit. Oh, sounds like more like the album. I'm pretty sure if you're talking about Indica, you're talking about a different track, not Indica. If you're talking about Vibes. The album Vibes. So I'm pretty sure there's something wrong there. Because all of these. They all sound like shit. So I don't know what you're on about. But okay, Just a Machine. There's 2 versions or 3 versions of that song. I'm pretty sure this is on YouTube. You don't have to pay me money to watch something that's on YouTube, my bro. But let's go into Gesture. Gesture's a very complicated album, and I'll have a complete stream about my failed experiments. So in the Bubble folder, there are tons of different versions of this track. Let's see if it even opens at this point. Okay, here we go. Okay, bubbles, 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 bubbles. So, demo 12. Let's see. So let's see if demo 12 has some sort of thing going on here. Demo 12. So there's 2 tracks and they're both okay, so it's nothing different. So this is the second version of Bubbles. Bubbles is a good track. I don't mind it. It has a little bit of a Bhangra Indian vibe. Oh, that sounds horrible. That really sounds horrible. There's a reason why I made a remaster of this particular album is because I didn't mix it well when I made it. It sounds terrible. So there's a lot of good ideas there, but I was on drugs in Los Angeles and I was fucking up everything I did. So there's not a huge difference between these different versions. Like they all can have the same stuff. Fly away with me from your project Ronin. There's somebody asking. Like I don't know what that means. I've never made a track called Fly Away with Me. I'm so sorry. I don't have any track called Fly Away with Me. I have a folder called Ronin right here. Gino Ronin. Fly Away. See, there's no track called Fly Away with Me. So you need to be more specific. I don't know what you're talking about. We don't have any track called Fly With Me. I'm so sorry. I don't know where you got that information. Play the whole song, please. Okay, yeah. Well, listen. It's... There's no Fly Away With Me in the Ronin lyric folder.
Read the comments.
Oh, where? What?
It's from that folder. But this one.
Indica in the Ronin folder. Wait, there's an Indica in the Ronin folder? Chosen Indica. Oh, okay. Maybe let's check out that. I think it's just a regular demo for Indica. I don't think it's anything special, to be honest. Yeah. You've all heard this. Listen, if everybody on this fucking planet was just a little bit patient, we would have gotten through 2008, 2009, 10, 11 in my project folder, and we could all get to the first Savant tracks ever made, which is inspired by my friend Gino Seidel, aka Eric. And me and him made the Ronin project. I showed him the Indica song, amongst other things. And we tried to make a 70s inspired project, but he's the guy in 2008-9, he's the one who showed me dubstep. He's the reason Savant exists the way it does today. He showed me UK and Canadian dubstep stuff. But if you guys want to gaslight me into thinking that Ronin had something unique right here, Indica, whatever, it's the same shit as whatever. So yeah, you gotta try better than that. Indica is the same track as it is on the goddamn release. It was supposed to be a Vex album thing, like a lot of Vex things. Let me see. Indica is in the Vex folder. Indica, no, okay. Well, it's called something else then. It's in the Vex folder. It's called either Silhouette or Smooth or something, but it is Indica. So it's been around for a while. It hasn't changed much. It's not. It's always sounded like that. Bubbles went through a transition. I think the demo of Bubbles to the final mix. It even had a key change, so it's pretty big. It's a big change. Yeah, we have the Octopus Crime remake coming up. It's part of the first Savant tracks schedule here. It's part of the first Savant tracks. Dangerously Confused. What is it? Where is it? Together, 2009, 2009. It's somewhere up here where it's 2010, sorry. There it is. No. There it is. No. Octopus Crime, yeah. So we have Octopus Crime coming up for 2010, which is next episode apparently, because nobody can fucking stay on board for my whole fucking 3. Yeah, we'll do a top 5 thing later when we're done with the things that are before Savant. I thought we were going to be done with that in one episode, but apparently not. Robot People Monster. Robot. Yeah, that's a Winter in Hollywood song. We'll get to that at some point too. It's called Monster or Robot Monster or something. Remix. Been streaming for 5 hours, by the way. That might be true. Yeah. I guess it's time to hang up. And then we can do this later. Thank you guys for coming on this coming on this stream. But I really appreciate it. And next episode we're gonna make like the people who really helped out this episode, like Savant fans and Lie and Bark. We're gonna give you a podium, my guys, on this window right here for helping little Savant out a little bit. It's really amazing that you guys are so dedicated. But let me put on an outro song while I let you guys go. Let's see what we got. Maybe something from my new stuff. Let's see what I'm feeling. These are the... Oh, this isn't supposed to be here. Something from the next EP, maybe. Or something that didn't make it on the EP. Maybe. Let's... this is complicated. Maybe not. Oh my god, I'm so torn. Let's see what we have.
In your
Oh, you keep it secret.
Let's see. Okay, so this is a song that didn't make it onto any EP. I wrote lyrics for it, I sung it, and it just turned out like trash. But this is just the instrumental, and I think the instrumental sounded pretty okay. The mix is struggling, but I'll let you listen to that while you guys say goodbye. Long ago, and I don't remember anymore. yeah, so that's a song called Just Need Music, which started in pretty simple, like this. And it evolved over time into a monster. And into this. And then into this. Oh, sorry. There we go. And you know the story of life where things gets overcomplicated and stuff. But really appreciate everybody for coming to the 6-hour stream. I guess next time won't be any better, but we got to get through these old tracks. And I'll see you guys next Thursday at the same time. We're gonna make this into like a regular weekly thing. And you guys can contribute to the experience as well. So see you guys later. I'm gonna keep you guys hanging for a tiny 2 seconds with this I had this planned, this thing, an ambient track. You guys can say goodbye to each other in the chat. I'm gonna go get ready, brush my teeth. Thank you all guys for showing up today. We'll do this next Thursday. Thank you. Okay, guys, we're shutting off the stream. That was an ambient track I made just for fun. Would love to hear another hour. I have tons of those. I just don't know what to do with them. Maybe we can go through them next time or another time on the stream. Tons of ambient tracks that I've made. But I just wanted you guys to have like a minute to decompress and talk to each other. It was 5 hours or 6 hours. It was a long stream. I'm so sorry. But I'm going to click the stop streaming button. My wife wants to say goodbye, good night.
Like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Want to say goodbye?
Good night, everyone.
Yeah. That was my wife. In Polish would be what?
Good night. It's dobranoc.
Dobranoc?
Dobranoc.
Okay. That would be it. Okay, it's very late in Norway. It's like 1 a.m. So I have to, close shop. Thank you guys for donating. Talking to you, Bark. I'm talking to you, Lie, and I'm talking to you, Savant Fans Reboot, which has been around since forever. So these guys have been around for a long time. Max has been donating a lot to stream, and I appreciate it a lot. And as you can see, I'm a whore, and if you guys want to hear something specific or see something specific, if you donate, I'll be obliged like a MF because, fucking, I'm an idiot. I'm a dumbass. Anyway, so we're gonna turn off this. Yeah, maybe not turn off the mic, but okay. So here's my acid bath, and you guys can, go do your thing. Purple chemicals. Let's say goodnight. Thank you guys for showing up. We'll see you next Thursday at the same time, okay? Later.